Hello and welcome to another Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins as always. Blev, we're back to Fight Night. How you doing, buddy?
Oh yeah, doing great. We got some new cards. New set came out. New cards. New nards, as I think they're called now. Nope, that didn't come out right. That came with the G at the beginning.
Yeah,
I'm talking with the G at the beginning. Nope, we're already off to a great start.
Well,
that's okay. No one's here yet. No one ever shows up on time.
Thank God. Wow. Yeah, glad that most people missed that one. Anyways, Blev, format. Why don't you go ahead? Let's just roll the format. Roll the format.
Yeah, we have the correct format now, which is just amazing. We're playing same format as the seasonal, playing best of 3 double elimination with 3 decks. No champion, no duplicate regions, no champion overlap. We're banning a deck, just like the seasonal. To win, you, of course, need to win with your 2 remaining decks. And, of course, the players are playing that sweet, sweet $200 prize pool. And, Casa, we've got some amazing... I just want to say some amazing decks here because we're going to be featuring... a favorite of ours, Casa, in the very first round.
Well, speaking of them, I mean, let's take a look at the bracket when we get a chance, and we'll be able to talk about that a little bit more. Oh, never mind. We will just talk about that anyway. We're not gonna have that bracket ready just yet. We've got 7 players today, Blev.
I did the thing where I knew that.
Blev knew that. Didn't tell me. That's fine. We got there. Anyways, we've got 7 players that we are talking about today, Blev, that we are excited to see. Unfortunately, we had a last-minute drop, so we are running with 7 today. Beast Llama will be grabbing that bye in the round 1, so Beast Llama is awaiting their opponent in round 2. They will be playing the winner of Floppy Mudkip and 4LW, so that's going to be a crazy matchup in round 1. We also have Mcantur versus Shotox and Majin Bay versus Elder Senior. And, well, of course, the one that you were talking about, Shotox. That's one of our favorites here at Fight Night. Shotox does bring all the spiciest decks every single time he shows up. And I was just reading the deck list because Croc, our lovely admin, compiles them each day, each fight night for us. And you know, normally he just names them what you would call the decks, like just so that we don't have to open every single deck in order to talk about them until, you know, we get into the game and we need to be looking at the specific cards, right? And I'm just looking through, and Shotox says Shotox Spice Alpha, Shotox Spice Gamma, and Shotox Spice Omega. So,
yeah.
Blev, you know, the hell does that mean?
Well, what it means is exactly what it says. I mean, how could you be more descriptive than that? We're starting off with an absolute banger. Braum Udyr. Right off the bat. Scar Grounds. I know somewhere Ice-T is cheering right now. We've got the Scar Grounds deck. I've been seeing this floating around on ladder. Here it is. Braum Udyr, Scar Grounds, Blighted Ravine. Vulpine Wanderer might actually be the best card, the best Udyr card to come out. And that includes Udyr, because I think that the Vulpine Wanderer is much, much better than Udyr.
Yeah, you just get a stance on 2 mana. It's a 2/2. It's like the stances are so good too, right? So you just get to be able to kind of get one of those very powerful cards immediately out of just a 2-drop. It's really nice.
We're also getting the Bone Scryer 0/5 for 2 mana. That also, when it survives, it deals 1 damage to the enemy nexus. Just another solid, like, there's a lot of obviously AoE pings. We've got Blighted Ravines. We have, you know, one of the stances just does 1 to everything else. So just some incidental damage. And of course, 0/5 body is really great when you have a Scar Grounds out. Can be quite strong. Also, notably running 2x Culling Strike, which I think, you know, day 1 of the meta was a very, very strong choice, as we saw a ton of Galio decks, which of course are very strong, but do literally have 0 power or 0 attack. So Culling Strike basically just being an auto kill spell.
Yeah, I mean, outside of that, though, Shotox has just a ton of crazy lists here. The second one being Fizz Yuumi. I know Yuumi has been somewhat controversial in the sense of just people think that she's terrible. But we have seen some decks start to actually find some ground with Yuumi. This isn't the one I've seen, so
no.
I don't really know. I don't really know what to say about this particular Yuumi list. But I mean, Yuumi Fizz is a concept that people were talking about from the get-go, right? Is the idea that you just stick a Yuumi onto a Fizz, and then your Fizz just gets cranked up, and you've got spells to protect. And that is the general strategy that we're seeing here out of Shotox.
Yeah, this is very akin to the old oh god, what's the 2-mana 2/3 when you play a spell pumps the top unit of your deck in Freljord?
Oh, Starlight
I forget
Seer.
the name. Starlight Seer, yes. This is akin to that in that it doesn't run the Starlight Seer, but it has a bunch of pump spells. Of course, Yuumi is sort of the ultimate pump spell, kind of. We haven't seen a ton of Yuumi be played outside of a few things here or there. Not the greatest. Also, notably, the attach units don't actually count as a spell, so they won't trigger Fizz. They won't give him elusive, and well, you wouldn't be able to do it anyway. But they won't counter a spell. But Papercraft Dragon on a Fizz, or really on any unit, very, very strong. We've seen it make waves in arguably more legitimate decks than this one, but hey, we'll have to see how it does tonight.
Anyways, we'll have to check out the third deck from Shotox as well. Playing the third new champion, Tristana, just came out in this set. Just came out on this patch. First time we're actually seeing this champion in play. Really cool to see Shotox bring that one alongside Poppy. I haven't really seen Tristana since the first week that Bandle came out. I was playing a lot of Tristana that week, and then stopped. So
I was gonna say, I'm surprised you even saw her then. I didn't even really see her when she first came out. Been kind of a sleeper. Weirdly enough, even though Bandle City's arguably the best region, or at least the most flexible region, the mono Bandle that Tristana has kind of limits her in a way. So not having a double region is quite an interesting one there for Tristana. But I gotta say, all the decks, yes, each in and of themselves, very unique, very spicy from Shotox. But the most spicy thing about the lineup is that it doesn't have Gnar in it.
Yeah, that's true.
Take each deck for what they're worth, but not having Gnar in any of them is probably the most crazy thing about the entire lineup. And
he's playing Bandle or Freljord in every single one of the decks, so it's not like he couldn't play Gnar. Like he just he just decided, you know what? No, we're just not going to fit Gnar, and it is. We just don't want to.
I wonder if it was like builds the first one. It's like Gnar could go here. No, I'll save Gnar for my next deck. Does the second one? Oh, no, I'll save Gnar for my last deck. Builds the third one. No, I'll save it for my next deck. And
I'll save it for my next tournament.
I'll save it for next tournament. That's the thing. It's the super Riot Lock format where you can there's no overlapping champions from tournament to tournament, and then when you win with all of them, you win the whole series. Actually, that's kind of a cool idea. Patent pending. Okay. Anyways, we're here. Turn number 1. Shotox on the Braum Udyr.
I want to immediately point out, like, watching Shotox just mull for this deck is already just it's interesting. Now, Scargrounds obviously keep, right? We see him toss away 2 units. I don't remember exactly which 2 they were, which sucks because I was trying to remember that. But the Troll Chant also being a keep with no units in hand. So that was like just a very interesting mull to me. I mean, the deck is pretty unit dense, so you're not too worried about missing completely and having all spells in your hand. But just very highly valuing that Troll Chant to deal with this Demacia list, this Taric Pantheon, which is going to have a lot of unit-based combat, and you're going to want these combat tricks to be able to stop some of that. So just a cool mull from Shotox. It's whenever you see these kind of strange decks that you don't expect to see a ton of, it's always very interesting to see like how these players decide to mulligan.
Yeah, and honestly, for me, when I see a deck, you can give me a deck and I can, if I understand at least the core concept of the deck, I can pick it up and play it to a relative success. But with a deck like this and a lot of these other very unique decks, the mulligan phase is almost, if not even more important than some of the like turn-to-turn play. And I think learning the mulligans or seeing these players demonstrate these unique mulligans is a very, very useful skill to have for sure.
Yeah, I mean, now we're going to see Shotox get the Braum and the Scargrounds down, going to get the attack token back and have the ability to go a little bit more wide, because currently already lost 8 HP during the setup. Not too bad, because you can come back pretty easily from that, but just at that stage, I think the Ember Maiden going to be a pretty crazy pickup as well. Be able to just proc Scargrounds on everything that you put onto the board.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. It's a little bit scary because, like you said, Shotox already taken 8. It's also kind of a weak unit in general. You don't necessarily want to have to devote too much, as we see here. I mean, making the attack, pulling the weakest unit here, because, you know, Mcantur's deck is nothing but pump spells too, right? Like, that's for the most part, you want to be able to protect all of your units. So this looks like it could be a spot for Ember Maiden here.
Yeah,
it would be quite good.
It feels really good to just set it up, right? Because you play it now, it already drops 2 of these to threat level of just dying to the next tick of Ember Maiden. It procs your Scargrounds on the rest of your board, which is going to make your blocks a lot better. Now, yes, Mcantur can just swing in, and then you actually do have to make some trades, but you've got the double troll chance, so even if you're making trades and getting a little bit less value out of your next Ember Maiden tick, it's still okay. And realistically, the value, even if it's less value, it's still good value because your board has tough. It doesn't hurt your board. It's just one-sided, dealing 1 damage to the enemy board at that point. So it does become incredibly powerful at that point. We see a lot of passes coming through. 5 mana on Mcantur. He's just going to beg 2 of that, and ends up being, I think, a very good turn for Shotox and starting to turn this around quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. The taking the pass there, certainly what Shotox, I think, wants. Does not want to have to go into a culling strike battle necessarily without full mana. Now, the double troll chant is going to make any sort of strike spell very tough to use. The unfortunate part is that the Braum spell can't be used on Braum right now because he had tough beforehand, so he has not actually been damaged this round.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be a lot more difficult to buff up the Braum. He will, of course, be able to take a block or challenge in on the next turn, but you want to be able to do the Braum spell now, and then, you know, be able to block better with him and then get a much stronger attack on the follow-up turn, right? So not going to be able to do quite as much there. But you can still use stances to make this Braum quite terrifying.
We can... Shotox would have 2 stances and then access to 1 troll chant or, you know, the Braum spell or the culling strike. So is opting not to go too hard yet. Stances, of course, are quite committal in terms of mana here.
Yeah. I mean, I like this quite a bit, right? You just put the Braum in front. You know you have protection in case buffs come through. So you just take, you know, the best possible trades to kick things off. Considering the take heart onto, gosh, I don't know the names yet, but
it is Bone Scryer.
I like that. I like that. Bone Scryer. But yeah.
Bone Scryer's ready.
Okay, well. So I do know that reference because another caster friend of mine used to make that reference all the time. Haloran, if people know Haloran. Love him. Good dude.
There you go. Okay, Braum now down to 1 health, though, of course, has regeneration. And, you know, Mcantur, this kind of feels like a nightmare scenario for them. They, you know, they got their initial damage in, but now there is just a wall of big, beefy units. Damage is going to be ticking over time, and these units are not getting smaller. You know, pound for pound, Shotox's units are going to be quite large in general. Braum gonna level up eventually. Although actually, I don't know that... I think that the tough actually prevents Braum from taking the damage at all, so does not actually get level progress from the Ember Maiden, but that's fine.
Yeah, I mean...
At this point, you don't even need him leveled.
He really just, like, doesn't need it, because the board is going to continue to be cluttered, so the Poros realistically aren't going to matter for a while, and by the time they do, I imagine the Braum actually will be leveling up, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. We do see the stances coming through. The stance swap. Just going to do Ram straight away. Continuing this damage ticking through and through, right?
Yep.
Because right now, these damage ticks, even if it's everything else, he's got 10 health. His opponent's at 15. However, he has the Bone Scryer. So therefore, his opponent's taking 2 every single time one of these happens. And guess what? 10 times 2. That's 20. 15 is less than 20, Blevins, so.
True. Very true. And this is also going to be slowly eating away at Mcantur's board as well.
Yeah, and just remember that this Poro is going to change that math quite a bit as well. If it gets in at all with this overwhelm.
And the two troll chance. I mean, you can see, Shotox has not really needed to cast the troll chance at all, but you just feel so good as Shotox here. You just know any sort of, shenanigans that happen, I've got not one but 2 troll chance on my side.
Like how do I actually lose with the double troll chant in hand, right? Like I can continue to stop any big aggressive play from coming in. Like, I mean, Zenith Blade onto a faded unit, a little bit scary, right? It's getting buffed up. It's a 5-4 overwhelm, but your board's bigger, right? It deals with that. It's fine. Pantheon gets a little bit scary if that comes down, I guess. But realistically, again, double troll chant probably keeps you safe. And maybe you can go aggressive. Wildclaw Stance being a potential option. It's going to go for the Braum. Considering the Bone Scryer is maybe another option, but I think the Braum, of course, is just going to make sense. Like, granting stats and keywords to Braum is always, like, it's pretty much never wrong.
Right. I wonder if we would see the regeneration on the Bone Scryer. That could be an interesting one.
I don't think it would be bad at all, right? Like, but I am considering...
or just straight up +2/+2. That works, too. The thing about this is that Mcantur has a finite number of units, right? Like, these are all cards that are cast from their hand and not really able to generate an infinite number more, right? There's not a value generator in terms of units. So even just killing 1 unit is fine, right? Like, that's, in the long run, as we know, the Ember Maiden will kill eventually, right? That's going to end the game eventually.
All right, gonna continue going in with the Poro potentially here. Yeah, you can refresh the board with units, right? You've got this Crimson Curator who's gonna just give you infinite value. And then, getting a little bit of chip damage on Mcantur does make the Ember Maiden math accelerate quite a few turns. Gonna see Troll Chant though. Probably just trying to keep the Poro alive. I don't know how necessary this is though. Feels like you can hold these defensively.
I don't care much about the Poro here, honestly.
Well, that's just rude, Blevins.
I know. Especially, we're going to be getting so many.
Yeah, it's actually crazy that he even considered that. But obviously, I mean, you see Shotox, he didn't actually go through with protecting it. But it's just like, your Braum's leveling. There's not much reason to ever try and rescue the Poro there. You just want that damage through to continue to accelerate the clock, because you are scared of Taric Pantheon still. It's not like you've won the game already. You're in a very good spot. This Culling Strike is a disaster for Mcantur because he's got no way to defend it. Like, it's a very one game, but also Taric Pantheon does do some crazy stuff with the rallies, and you have to respect that.
If you're not careful, it can get you, right? Like, that is certainly on the table. Now, maybe the Ember Maiden does count, because Braum still generates the Poro. I don't know how Braum works.
I actually don't remember the text on Braum, what it says. I've survived 10 total damage. Yeah, it's 1 damage. It should count.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I mean, I know, like, tough, it definitely works in that way. Like, you're still taking 1 damage. It just is then reduced. Yeah.
It just prevents it. Yeah. There's a perfectly fine way to not be afraid of Pantheon for the turn.
Yeah, just done him. He's very close to leveling though.
Yep.
Starts to get a little bit scary in some capacity.
Why? Oh, just to give faded proc to Pantheon. I mean, it does it is a little bit scary, I suppose, but also the only relevant keyword now is lifesteal.
And elusive.
Elusive does not work when you are dying.
That's true. That's true.
On your opponent's attack token.
You know what? Fair enough, Blev. Fair enough. Elusive is scary if Panth isn't stunned right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. That is definitely true. Okay. Ember Maiden does not get rid of Spell Shield. Not that I didn't think that it would, but I thought maybe it could.
Well, that Shaman's Call is horrifying if you're Mcantur. We just give our Braum some Overwhelm and...
Yeah. I
feels like that just locks down the game with the option to give 2 units Overwhelm.
Yeah. If there were... Can we beat... I think we actually beat 2 Concerted Strike here, which has just got to be the only way to even consider dealing with this Braum, right?
Yeah. Of course, I was saying 2 Overwhelm, but looking at this, Ram is better to take out 2 blockers because that will actually net you more damage than getting 2 Overwhelms. And then we still have 1 potential Overwhelm, or, Ram also going to deal 2 damage, so you could just swing as to not have an action, and then not have an additional block action, and then finish with another Ram.
Looks like what we're doing.
It almost feels like swinging first is a little bit better, because it stops them from developing an additional blocker, but I don't think it's going to actually matter.
It seems like it is quite unlikely to matter, but...
There we go.
There it is.
Shotox Spice. I think this is Alpha. Yeah, Shotox Spice
That's Alpha. Yeah.
Picking up the victory over Mcantur's Pantheon Taric. And now we'll have to see what the other deck is. I think I'm seeing the bans here. Shotox banned Nar Swain. We expected a lot of Nar bans today. That was kind of what we were talking about before the show. And Mcantur actually banned Fizz Yumi. Probably seeing Tristana and being like, huh? And then deciding that he wants to play against it. So we're going to have Tristana Poppy. It's going to be the third deck, the Shotox Spice Omega that we're going to get to see. So get your Omega lulz in the chat ready, I guess. Yeah. Because
it's
no matter
an
what,
interesting one.
We've got a show coming.
It's funny because it feels like it kind of wants to be either Yordle in Arms or Bandletree deck, and neither of those cards are present in the list.
Yeah.
It's I guess, like a keyword value engine deck. We've got Bandle Commandos, we've got Grandfather Fae, Gleaming Lantern, Lobing Telescope randomly is a Fae as well. Well, not randomly, but it is also a Fae. Fae Sprout gives you the ability to pick some Fae. The problem is that there's not really a ton of benefit to running a bunch of different Fae besides the Gleaming Lantern and the Grandfather Fae, but it's still fine. So, also Blast Cone Seedling.
Okay. This is like play Tristana and spam Owlcats to give her 1,000,000 impact.
That might be...
That's like one of the win cons of this deck is actually just getting so much impact on Tristana that you win. And we've got a lot of Owlcats being ready to be generated by Shotox.
Okay.
Zenith Blade, there's 2 Owlcats.
Yeah.
And that's going to get Tristana leveled up very, very quickly.
True.
She's almost done, right? Like we got half her level up with just these Owlcats. Poppy is going to be 1 more. So we're just 1 off. And odds are one of these commandos gets in.
I gotta say, probably one of the funniest comments that's ever been made in the Twitch chat of Fight Night has been made. Blevins looks like what Casanova transforms into if you ping the enemy nexus prior.
I'm mini Blev and you're mega Blev. Is that?
Yep. The lore has been confirmed. It's obviously true.
Yeah, that's great. That's phenomenal. I love that.
On a slightly more serious, although that is very serious, but on a different note, Sergey Tuvamos is actually saying that this is a real deck. So I don't know how much we're being trolled by that, or if this actually is a real deck. We're seeing it. It's running Petrocyte Broadwing, which is just a good card. A 2-mana 3/3 challenger is just a card that you run because it's good.
Look, I think every single Shotox deck is absolutely a real deck. I think every time he brings something, it's spicy, it's weird. It may not be the highest win percentage deck in the game, but every time it's not like he's not trying to win. Like Shotox is always still trying to win with these lists.
Yep.
He just is unafraid to bring things that are a little spicier, a little bit more out there. And I think, I mean, the Tristana win condition, the impact stacking is very real, but also it just has a very solid go wide strategy with Grandfather Fae and Gleaming Lantern. So there's a lot of good ways to do that. You still have, you know, rallies to just completely run people over once you have these very wide boards that are going to be buffed up by your Poppy. I mean, you have the ability to just pull crazy stuff out with Loping Telescope, but it really is just a low to the ground, go wide, a lot of impact, a lot of just buff of really low to the ground units, and then rally. Like a lot of decks have done this. I mean, it's kind of similar to just any zoo deck.
Yeah, it really is. It feels like it should have Yordles and arms.
I mean, you know? I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
Too expensive though. Card cost.
True. I mean, it is expensive. This does, you know, this is a very, you know, we know Shotox. I believe, I'm pretty sure, former Yu-Gi-Oh player. This feels very, you know, Princess Powerful Shotox-esque, where it's like, it kind of looks like a pile, but then when you realize it's, oh, this turn, like this deck can have turns where it puts out like 10 power from having nothing on the board on like turn 4 very easily, right? Like, and then, yeah.
No one's going to be laughing when this Tristana has 12 impact and hits you in the face. So,
true.
You know.
Well, Shotox might be
actually,
laughing,
I might laugh. That would be pretty funny.
Yeah, that would be pretty funny.
Yeah, I might, you know what? Never mind. Everyone's going to be laughing. Pokey Stick to threaten the Pantheon. It's going to force some kind of spells out of Mcantur. 3 mana, though. I imagine this Pantheon is living.
Yeah, we would need something that actually pumps, because just targeting is not going to be enough.
He's got Faded, so it's like Pale Cascade gives enough HP here.
Single combat does not.
So it just kills Trist.
Yep.
Which sucks for Shotox for sure, because you do have the, you know, the potential to have the craziest pump Tristana here. Yeah. And you no longer have it in hand. Just the double Bandle Commando Tristana setup is really, really crazy. But Poppy is going to replace that, and that is still a pretty solid replacement for how wide this board is going.
Blast Cone Seedling, aka double Protoporo. It's a card that I've not particularly cared for very much, but it has uses. It's not awful.
Grumble Slug or the Messenger? I mean, I feel like we want to find our Tristana, so looking to go for that, or Rally even, actually, I would say is a pretty important pickup as well. There's a couple cards we're looking for on the side of Shotox, so just getting some card draw. I feel rather nice.
The one issue I see here is we don't actually have a ton of power on the board. Poppy is nice. I imagine we'll see. Well, I have to think that we'll see a Poppy played soon, and that's really the only threat we have. This is Blast Cone Seedling, nice here. We get to effectively. No, it's really just blocking 2 damage for free, but that's okay.
Yep, block 2 damage. Stay wide on the board. Gonna drop down to 6. Does feel like Mcantur has very good control over this game. Poppy just not going to be like big enough. We're going to get 1 buff in with Poppy. She's going to have to be sacrificed just to buff the rest of the board. And it's just a 1/1.
Yeah, the Poppy, like you said, only going to be able to get 1 buff here, and we've only pushed 5 damage, so we're not actually even that close to, like, there's double sharp sight, which is nice, but it's not really necessarily super threatening right now.
Yeah, I mean, we can push 8 with elusives. It's kind of scary, but
yeah,
I don't know if it gets us close enough, right? We have a pretty wide board, but 2 of them are just never getting blocked. Only 1 more gets through. Maybe we can push like 10 damage here, but then that last 5, I don't know how you're getting that in before you die.
Yeah, 2, 4. Yeah, we could also
4,
save Poppy. Problem is that anything that survives here is going to be on blocking duty, because there's still quite a bit, still very threatening on the side of Mcantur here.
Yeah, I mean, if only we had a Tristana that had like 4 impact right now, it'd be crazy.
True. Just gonna let it go through, and we can refill the board with Owlcats.
You sure can. You sure can do that, Blev. I don't know how much it's gonna do, considering these overwhelms coming through, but they do be hungry.
Yeah, the I don't remember. I think is it Grandfather Faye? The flavor text. Oh yeah, there's a the flavor text of Owlcat, and I think Grandfather Faye and another card paint a very vivid picture of what the Owlcats do to someone. Is what I won't spoil it, but you can take a look.
Is it about drive?
Yourself.
Is it about power, Blev? Do they potentially stay hungry? Maybe devour?
Yeah, it's not good.
Well, it looks like Shotox needs to put in the work, put in the hours, because you know, eventually that deck may be able to take what's ours, as he is going to lose game number 2 with the Tristana list, and we'll go ahead and you know, chalk that one up to you know, single combat diff taking out the Tristana.
Yeah.
And we'll go on to the next one. Mcantur able to pick up that win. Does have Lux Jace as the next deck, which
okay.
Low to the ground, go wide strategy. I'm trying to pull up this Lux Jace right now, so that I can see how it's gonna feel against that low to the ground strat. It does have some good like 1 and 2 drops that will be able to contest the board in the early game, and it's got, you know, of course, PNZ as being the second region alongside Demacia is gonna have some decent removal spells in the early game.
Yeah, one of the few decks that's running Thermo Beam, a card that used to be in everything. We just don't see it as much anymore.
We truly don't. I mean, there is just a Mystic Shot going to take out a Bandle Commando. These are very important units in Shotox's deck. So Mcantur identifying, hey, I need to prevent you from spamming out the Owlcats. Let's take out one of the Bandle Commandos straight away. And Shotox, I mean, has the ideal combo of Bandle Commandos with Tristana. If he had the double, that would have been, of course, insane once again, really needing to get those attacks in, but might be able to keep this one alive, as he does have good protection in hand with the Ranger's Resolve, and the Sharp Sight just didn't have it on that turn 2 to be able to protect that first Bandle Commando.
Yeah, and this kind of feels like an open attack here. I'm wondering what we would ever... The judgment generated can't be good, though, right? There's no way it's good.
No.
Judgment Tristana?
You see him with the Tristana, because her power will be high enough, right? Like, her attack will be high enough to deal with whatever board Mcantur puts down. That's the one thing that Tristana does do very well, is she just has incredibly high power in these decks. So, I mean, he's considering it. I think Moonsilver is also an interesting pick, but wow, he's just going to take the Judgment. Just wants that surprise factor.
Sure.
Now, I mean, the game becomes keep this Tristana alive, because there is, you know, the PNZ removal tools that are going to exist in this deck. If there's a Sharp Sight for Mcantur, I actually think against this strategy, you might just rip it and kill the Bandle Commando. You just want to stop the value generation.
Yeah. I think
and
so.
we see it.
They're like,
I mean, that's like GG. Like, how do you win if you're Shotox? You lost both your Bandle Commandos. You have no value generation. Your hand sucks. Like, what do you do?
Face Sprout can definitely... It actually can. There's a lot of good options, weirdly enough. There's actually a lot of good Fae. All the attached units are Fae. We've got Tasty Fae Folk. Assistant Librarian is a potential other win con. Swole Swirl. I feel like Assistant Librarian is kind of like Swole Squirrel, but cheaper and better.
Yeah, it's just like you're never getting the Nexus Strike. It's still a 2/2 for 2 that has faded is probably still overall better. So I do agree that's very likely the pick. It just feels like the value that you really want to get likely not
could have
gonna
had
happen?
the Squirrel Judgment. Yes, Squirrel Judgment is also a hilarious meme.
Yeah, actually true. That would be so funny, because if you wipe the board with it on open attack, you pretty much win, right? Like, you just...
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Deciding if they want to take 3 damage here or potentially chump. We could also block with the Librarian, but then, of course, we're priced into playing a spell.
Look, if Shotox wins this game, he might just be the best Legends of Runeterra player in the entire world. Because, like, I'm looking at this hand, and I don't feel good about anything that I'm doing.
No, I also don't. Okay, we have 5 mana, which limits what could be on the side of Mcantur. Concerted Strike is a possibility, and there it is.
You can actually just range resolve this, which is pretty nice. You still lose your unit, but...
Yeah, you traded your Ranger's Resolve for a Concerted Strike, and I think you got to be willing to do that for the most part.
Like, what card do we even want? Like, what do I even want? I'm looking at my hand right now, and I'm like, why did I put these cards in my deck? Why did I put this combination of cards?
Well, you didn't put Judgment in your deck, so that's what.
Deck. Like, what am I doing? I'm questioning my life choices. That's what I'm doing when I look at my hand.
Also, I gotta say, you know, I love Shotox. I respect the Tristana play, but it's not even the Christmas skin Tristana. I mean,
that's true. That's true.
Come on. And also, we didn't see the Christmas skin from Braum. I know not everyone has all the skins like me because I'm a degenerate, but if you're gonna bring it to fight night, come on.
Look, the Scargrounds deck looked like the truth. This does look like a little bit of a fib.
This looks like the false.
Yeah. Like, and admittedly, in the previous game, if there was not a way to kill the Tristana, the deck looked like it was gonna play really well. But the thing is this deck needs you to have Bandle Commando and Tristana, and it needs them both to stay alive.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not really the easiest thing in the world to do.
No.
If it works, it's hilarious. Because you just, like, are spamming these Owlcats and getting a really strong Tristana. But outside of that, I mean, we got a Fort Demacia that's going to just wipe this board.
Yeah. Yeah. It sure is. This might just be I'm going to hit okay and take 12. Although this is P&Z, you can't even realistically do that.
Yeah, I mean, there's like 2x Shock Blast, so there's 6 damage off those. There's another Mystic Shot. We only saw 1. Static Shock, I mean, I guess that's just 1 damage. So that's not too bad, but...
Okay. Poppy makes the deck look a little bit better, I suppose.
Does it?
Like in Tristana, Poppy, and have a Rally.
It only buffs Protopora.
And they really gutted Poppy.
Oh, they sure did. She's got half the power she used to.
That's true. It used to be a 4-3. Yikes. And can you imagine a 4-3 unit, multi-region unit with a relevant ability in Bandle City? I mean, that would just be, and it's a Yordle. I mean, that would be insane if that happened, and that was the case, and that was a card that was in Legends of Runeterra right now. Good thing it's not.
This Fort Demacia is just gonna get cast too on the next turn, so the Judgment doesn't even get to be cool, you know? Like, you want the Judgment to be cool. You want Shotox to randomly Judgment a board with Tristana and turn everything around just because it'd be crazy. But you just look at it as like, yeah, Mcantur's not gonna let this happen. Like, it's just,
yeah,
they don't need to know that Judgment is there to not let this Judgment happen.
Right. Unless...
Surprise, surprise, they didn't let it happen. Crazy. crazy that they just didn't allow their board to get judgmented here by attacking in without casting the 4 Demacia that was visible in a deck that thrives on playing 6 mana spells over the course of the game. Ugh, I can't believe it.
Also, well, I guess Tristana is probably still the play here. The judgment allows you to trade the board off, though. So not useless.
Yeah, it just leaves Tristana as the lone survivor. I mean, it's not awful.
It's better than not having that happen, I think.
Yeah, just gonna block. I mean, this does set up a future judgment, maybe, kind of, ish.
Yeah,
maybe. Where's Grandfather Fae? It levels up Tristana, gives us a little bit of a board. All right, GG. like what? It's over. All right, cool. No more copium.
No more copium, and the sharp sight that would have been at least useful. That's going to be a concession. Mcantur taking it down 2-1 over the spice of Shotox. Sometimes you shake your spice too close to the sun, and the Tristana melts away, and you fall back to earth.
I mean, it's really like Shotox went to the spice cabinet and he grabbed two spices that you really want to go together, and then he grabbed the third spice, but that spice wasn't actually spice. It was sugar that was in a spice container, and he just added it. He just dumped it all in, and it was too much, way too much for Shotox. We probably needed Shotox Spice Delta or one of the other ones. Because Omega, definitely the Omega LOL is in fact what this deck ended up being. I really wanted to see it work out, but unfortunately for Shotox, it did not. Mcantur, though, gonna move on. Lux Jace, making a bit of a comeback on this patch. I've seen a lot more of it. I've been waiting. When did I bring this up last? It was like one of the... Oh, it was Mastering Runeterra. We were talking about Lux Jace. They're like, Lux Jace, I don't know, it might be good. They were talking about, it might be coming back. And it's like, Blow My Nexus went 9-0 with Lux Jace in a seasonal 4 months ago. The deck's been okay. It's been good. It's been like a deck you can play to success. I'm not saying it's the top of the meta. Everyone bring Lux Jace. But it was like, why did this guy go 9-0 and then nobody played this deck ever? Like, why did nobody touch this? Do people just think that was that big of a fluke? I mean, obviously not. People are bringing it back up. I mean, of course, yes, there's been a lot of nerfs to the crazy stuff like AK. But, it's a good deck. And Mcantur gonna pick up the W here in round number 1. We'll be moving on to take on the winner of Majin Bay versus Elder Senior, which was Majin Bay. And we got Floppy Mudkip taking down 4LW to face off against Beast Llama in round 2. But Blev, that is it for round number 1 of this Fight Night Legends. We've got the winners semifinal coming up next. So don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends will return after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins. We just got through round number 1 of this this winner's side of the bracket. But, Blev, we got round number 2 coming up, and we've got our bracket fixed up. So let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket so that we can talk a little bit about what went down in round number 1. Blevins, break it down for me.
Absolutely. We got Beast Llama and Floppy Mudkip on the top. Mcantur, as we just saw, take down Shotox. Majin Bay taking down Elder Senior 2-0. So we are going to be we're going to be watching one of these matches coming up. I didn't get it. You know, I will almost always take a look at all the decks beforehand, get a good idea of what players brought, but I actually didn't today, so I'm a little excited. I like coming into these a little bit blind. I mean, I have an idea. I've been playing on ladder the past few days with the new set. I like to experience what everyone what all the players think is actually the best or is in a good spot right now, though. I have to imagine Majin Bay probably brought some sort of Lee Sin line.
He brought Lee Sin. I mean, he brought Lee Sin. Like, it's Majin. Of course he brought Lee Sin. Coming off his PTQ victory in Flesh and Blood, he's like, I just need to play a little Lee Sin, man. Come on, just a little Lee Sin. Come on, I couldn't play Lee Sin all weekend.
What's funny is the deck that he played in Flesh and Blood is kind of like Lee Sin, right? You just set up.
That's true.
You set up all of your rune chants, and then you go off in one turn and do like 1,000,000 damage OTK. Literally playing Lee Sin in a different game.
That's true. He does play Viz. That is true. All right. Anyways, Majin is going to be bringing a Lee Sin lineup. I believe, though, we're going to be going to Floppy Mudkip versus Beast Llama for our round 2 feature, because we had Mcantur take down the win over Shotox. He will be playing against Majin. We want to try and get more of the players on the stream if we can, so we'll probably get Majin in the next round if he takes down Mcantur, and if not, maybe we'll catch him in the loser's bracket to see what he is doing. But for now, Beast Llama versus Floppy, and I think we're gonna have a chance to take a look at Beast Llama's lineup because he's got a little spice too. He's got some Zilean Echo, which I know, like, calling it spice, maybe I think it still can be called spice. Like, we don't see it that much. We don't see it that much.
It's like sriracha, right? Where it's like,
it's like a little bit spicy.
It's very tasty, but like it's not like the spiciest thing in the world. It's not
like this deck is also fantastic on cold pizza. Right?
True. True. I put that on everything. That's not the sriracha. That's the Frank's Red Hot.
That's Frank's Red Hot.
that's the Frank. There you go. Yeah. Zilean Echo is like Frank's Red Hot. No, it's more like sriracha. But yeah, this is a deck. I mean, we saw a little bit of it last week. We've seen it on ladder. I think it was Garrett's and in that crew that was originally. I don't know if they originally came up with the idea, but they were the ones I saw. Garrett's, Ian Noguera, and some other players I saw on ladder last season near the top playing this deck. It's very strong. I mean, the joke or the meme is that, Echo dies to Mystic Shot. Echo does not die to Mystic Shot because there is no front side of Echo. It is always leveled in this deck. It comes down as a 5/3 for 4. And when you look at it like that, all of a sudden this deck looks a lot stronger.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely nice. We actually saw a reasonable amount of success from this in the seasonal that still had AK, right? So, like, with a lot of the nerfs coming into the better, like, the biggest decks of the format, and, obviously new cards coming in are going to, mess things up a little bit, but a deck that was getting close to that top level can really find its groove when you get those nerfs coming through, especially because it was, I believe, completely untouched in the patch. So, I think, this is maybe an opportunity for Zilean Echo to shine, and Beast Llama decides that they think it's good enough to actually bring today alongside their more Demacia heavy lineup, or sorry, not heavy lineup. They have scouts, but also running Gnar Ukshan.
Yeah, this is a deck that, again, not sure if they were the originator, but I know that What Am I hit master with this deck. He gave it the name Admiral Aknar, Akshan, Gnar, Admiral Akbar. It's a trap. I don't think that this deck is a trap, though. It's very, very strong. Papercraft Dragon, a deck, we saw Swim sort of building some OTK lists with it, but hey, you know what? You just run, Ruin Runner already has Overwhelm, it already has Spell Shield. You give it double attack and +2/+2. all of a sudden you're winning the game
good.
very quickly.
It's decent. It's like all right.
Yeah.
All right, maybe. Yeah. I mean,
The
Absolver also.
yeah.
I mean, we're on the same page, right? Like Absolver turns any unit into a threat with Papercraft Dragon because of the fact that you can give it the overwhelm and all of those stats. It's a cool list. I like the concept. I mean, Gnar in general is very strong, and Papercraft Dragon being, my opinion, the coolest attack unit that we got. I think it's just being able to give double attack is something that I've had a lot of fun with in the past. I was playing in that charity tournament, the Marine Masters that Cephalopod ran, my Shiraz of the Blade list, with the ability to, with Young Witch and Fury, so you can give the double attack with that little interaction. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. We do a bit of trolling, but, you know, I think Papercraft Dragon would be involved in my next bit of bruise if we had another one of those caster tournaments, right? You'd be seeing a lot of Papercraft Dragon out of me.
I will definitely be running the scout, give scout to your attach unit deck, which I think is pretty close to the spiritual successor to elusives. If I've ever, you know, you can give scout and elusive to a unit with a single card now, which is you know, really brings a tear to my eye in a good way. But
maybe you can play Elnusives then and play Elnux with it.
I mean, I definitely would. But either way, we're starting off here. Beast Llama versus Floppy Mudkip. Beast Llama on the deck we didn't look at, which is the Scouts.
Yeah,
I think
but it's
a pretty standard list here is running that Sculptor, which is an interesting addition here. 2/2 for 2. When you summon another ally, it gets +0/+1. And then, of course, the Petricite Broadwing, which is pretty much going to be a staple in Demacia, probably for the foreseeable future. And then Shield of Durand, a 3-mana burst speed spell, give +0/+3. And then next round also gives +0/+2. So a lot harder to kill your misfortune in this
and of
deck.
course, Durand Sculptor, not to be confused with the band from the 1980s, Duran Duran. Very different thing. Just, I know chat was really confused, so I want to make sure that they know.
And we have on the side of Mudkip, this is the Fiznar Yordle in Arms. This is a pretty standard deck. I think a lot of folks considering this the best deck in the game right now. Granted, we haven't seen a lot of tournament results, but on ladder, you're looking for a deck to play. Pretty straightforward. This is one for you.
Yeah, I mean, Gnar, definitely. Playing Gnar piles, it seems like you're going to be in good shape. I'm very curious where we do end up with, like, this is the best Gnar deck. Like, this is the Gnar deck you should be bringing in your lineups kind of situation. Like, when we'll get there. Like you were saying, this seems like one of the current options that people are saying is this this Fiznar. But it's still early on, and I imagine that maybe none of the current Gnar iterations will be the exact one that is the go-to end-all be-all Gnar deck when it comes to the big tournaments.
Yeah, I think not even the issue, but just the thing about Gnar is he's just just so versatile, right? Like, it fits in Freljord decks. It fits in, obviously, Bandle City decks. It can be an aggressive card. It can be the top end there. It can be, you know, a solid mid-range card. We saw highest win rate ladder deck was actually a Gnar Bandle City Noxus burn deck that used Gnar as the top end with Ziggs as well. I mean, it's very versatile. Feels, I was talking before, very Draven-esque.
Yeah.
Old school Draven, where it's just a strong card. You can run an aggressive Draven deck. You can run a mid-range Draven deck. You even run control Draven builds. He was just a great value generator, had good stats, and was just good enough to make it through. So I would be very surprised if we don't see some sort of Gnar adjustments in the future, if not very soon. But for now, it is, you know, a game of intergalactic politics with this Yordle. The Gnar wars have begun.
All right, yeah. Floppy does end up losing his Gnar. Does get a pokey stick out of it though, and does have a decent way to start to get back onto this board. He does have a lot of units, and he's got a couple of spells to try and deal with some of these low health units. That is a barrier on Misfortune though, which is going to stop the pokey stick from coming through and dealing with that. But there's a Sump Fumes and a Mystic Shot still available.
Well, the Poro Cannon means you almost don't care about the damage now. As long as it's not 16, you can win with the Poro Cannon and Yordle in arms. Floppy, you know, we know is one that loves the pass, even if it's not necessarily a very obvious pass. Mudkip almost always wants to be in the reactive seat. If, you know, the next logical action isn't presenting lethal or something very, very detrimental, there, you know, odds are Mudkip is going to take a pass.
Yeah, he does love the pass button. Now with the board being wide, I imagine that Floppy is going to want to develop one more unit. The other option is just holding on to this 5 mana for Mystic Shot and Sump Fumes. So those are kind of the two plays that are available here for Floppy. The whole board does die to Misfortune on blocks currently.
Yeah, it does, but again, like the the Poro Cannons just win the game, right? That's 10 damage with a Yordle in arms. So you don't even necessarily need any board, right? Not that, you know, the board is not going to be wide enough anyway to get through with these ground units. So
yeah,
might as well try to preserve as much life as you can, not allow Beast Llama to level up Misfortune and get value. And then also sort of maybe hide the fact that you have this win and we have exactly enough mana. 2 Poros and Yordle in arms will end the game if unchecked.
Yeah, Floppy decides to just go for it, so this board is way better at blocking. You know, if he's able to get a sharp sight out of there too, I think Floppy can chump and then win in the way that you're saying, right? With Poro Cannon and the Yordle in arms. So if you bait out a sharp sight in that way, ends up actually being good for you.
Yeah.
That Beast Llama expends it. Now, if Beast Llama held a sharp sight, considering a line of Poro Cannon and Yordle in arms, thinking he's not going to win this turn, even with MF living, that's pretty crazy play. That'd be pretty sweet out of Beast Llama. But I do imagine that the sharp sight, if it was there, would have been played on the MF.
I would think so too. It's just so strong.
Wow.
Or not. Okay. Wants a...
I'm so confused. Is there another one? But then
no,
you definitely save Misfortune, right?
It's definitely save Misfortune because I want to make it rain.
I feel like I missed something here. I'm gonna try and go check through. That Sump Fumes. Was that?
Oh, was Sump Fumes does 3 damage?
Was it a 3 damage Sump Fumes?
Yes, it was. Okay. Yep. Chad is now confirming.
Cool. Okay.
Yep,
I didn't realize it was a 3. It was pumped.
Golden Aegis on to Quinn. Does this matter? We still get to play Daring Poro. Quinn can come in. You can hit skip block. Well, Quinn will allow... I think... Is Quinn leveling here? No, Quinn's not even leveled. You hit skip block. Cast Yordle in arms, and then... Now the attack doesn't even look good from Beast Llama. You're presenting lethal. Okay. Attack him through. I guess the attack does still look good. Have to block out. We're dead to second. I feel like we block the Quinn here with the 6/5 because now you're dead to another sharp sight. I guess maybe we're dead to another sharp side anyway. But no, we're not. We got we got attacks.
Gets to turn around, gets to swing.
All right,
the victory. Yeah, and chat had it. Yeah, it was the Sump Fumes had been turned on by the pokey stick.
Yeah.
Which does mean, of course, deals 3 damage, and it was put on the stack properly so that it would deal 3 after the barrier. You put the sharp sight on, still would have killed MF. So that explains it a little bit more. The sharp sight though on to the to just save the Vanguard was still a little bit interesting in general, but I don't think it was
a little sus,
necessarily a bad play at all. So we do get there. Floppy finds the win. Now Floppy just has to find one more to make it through. Taking a look, we'll see what was banned as we get in here. Floppy
looks like Lee Sin banned.
Lee Sin banned. Be on Lulu Ahri.
Yeah. I have a feeling we'll probably be hearing that a decent amount. Lee Sin banned. I think, given time and testing and whatnot, Lee Sin is very targetable, which we saw it sort of play out in the seasonal with the plethora of tree decks in the top cut. But unless you're very confident that A, you have a target to Lee Sin, and B, that the field is likely to bring Lee Sin, you don't necessarily want to lead off in the very first tournament of a new format with an anti-Lee Sin lineup.
Okay, just going to start out getting a lead on board with the Scrying Sands. Floppy going to consider just Mystic Shotting back. Keep the board presence. Trade a card for a card, but you actually get more value out of this. And just a lot of predicts coming through for Beastlama.
Oh, yeah. We're already halfway to Echo level up.
But as expected, another Gnar ban, right? Floppy banning Gnar away from Beastlama. But Beastlama actually left the Gnar up for Floppy banning out Lee Sin. Of course, we see Gnar pick up the first win, but yeah, a lot of Gnar bans, as we were thinking, might be the case.
I'm just gonna bring the beat down for Floppy here. I mean, this is very strong. I mean, Lulu plus Flame Chompers is one of the most annoying things to play against in general. It's just so strong. The value is so high. It's frustrating to play against.
All right, Echo's leveled.
Echo is officially leveled.
Beastlama already down to 11 HP, though. Floppy has a very aggressive board. Attack token coming back to Floppy as well.
Yep. You could block with the Flame Chompers if you wanted to. The second one's not. Oh, the second one is pushing more damage. The first one, I think, is going to eat this 3/3. Interesting. Floppy taking the trade here. I guess maybe knows, like, there's not really good AoE in this deck. I mean, yes, there is the spell off of, or there's the Hexite Crystal. But that's fine.
Very close to just being dead here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, very close to being dead.
Yeah.
Basically needs the crystal just to have a chance here.
Because this
is that will force something. I mean, it'll clear probably all of the board except for Lulu and Ahri.
You can suit up this Ahri.
Oh, yeah. And she will get suited up. But now, well, the attack's now going to come through. So this is, well, this still actually will. Well,
you can swing for lethal here, can't you?
4,
you need to move
7.
The Ahri.
Yeah.
If you move the Ahri, and so you pull the 2 units with the Chompers, you put the Ahri next to the Urchin. That's 8 damage plus 3 from Lulu, right?
Would be 11, yeah.
Yeah, you can swing for lethal here. I mean, this also does it, right? Like, this is also the same amount of damage.
Yep.
So there's a lot of ways to do this, but you can definitely swing for lethal. And this is okay. So this is the way that I had initially wanted them to do it, right? Because you still get the Urchin back potentially for more value.
Yeah. This is soft to, if we can predict. Okay, well,
yeah,
that's just game. Yeah. If we predicted into the Hexite crystal there, this actually could have been a game, but that's gonna be a lightning fast 2-0 from Floppy Mudkip.
Yep. Floppy picking up that win, looking good while doing it. The Ahri Lulu gonna find that victory. I was thinking for a second, I was like, Ahri Lulu, that's interesting. Like, you're not getting any recall value, but it's not about the recall value. It's about buffing the Ahri and just getting more aggression through with your wide board. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah. And it's a Flame Chompers deck.
Yeah, it's a Flame Chompers deck. It really is. I mean, it really is a flame. That's why we run 6 of them, right? You know, we got the Boom Baboons, we got the Flame Chompers. Gonna be getting through there, and Floppy going to pick up that victory in very quick fashion. We'll be sitting in that winner's final, awaiting the winner of Mcantur and Majin Bay. Blev, I mean, this lineup from Floppy is pretty cool too. I always love new sets because we get so many unique lineups. This one is, I mean, very different from the rest of the field.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's got the, you know, the standard Lee Sin, Zoe Lee Sin. I'm looking at it. No new cards, just the standard deck. Perfectly fine. Probably going to eat a lot of bans. Yeah. We get the Ahri Lulu, which of course is now adapted, you know, with the ban, or not the ban, the nerf onto Ahri, but for the most part, pretty stock standard version of the deck, which wasn't the most represented, but was still, you know, very strong. It's the, you know, it's a Flame Chompers deck. I call it that. And then we have, you know, Yordle and Arms with the new, you know, the new additions of Gnar and Yordle and Narms. There we go. There's the deck.
Yordle and Narms. Yeah.
There's Yordle the deck name for you. But you know, even has Grandfather Fae as well as Gnar, and I mean, perhaps even more consistent, which is kind of a scary thing to think considering how consistent that deck already was.
Yeah. And with that, we're gonna jump into game number 3 between Majin Bay and Mcantur. Like, Majin is going to be on... Oh, okay, so actually Majin has a similar lineup to Floppy, in that he's playing Lee and then Lulu Ahri, which we see here.
Yep.
And he's just playing a different version of Gnar. He's playing it with Swain instead of the Yordle in Narms.
Yep, another deck we've seen a lot on ladder. The Gnar Swain feels very Swain... not Draven Swain. What are we? TF Swain. Feels TF Swain-esque, except your Twisted Fate is now Gnar. And for the purposes of that deck, it's a lot better.
Getting all the Pokesticks.
Yeah, if you generate 3 free Pokesticks, it's like you have a Make It Rain, so that's fine.
But you draw cards. You draw cards.
Right, you draw cards every time. This is the very high or top end heavy version of this deck on the side of Majin. We see, I'm taking a look at the list now. I mean, we see in hand, we see sign in and we see the hatchling here. There are 3 sign ins and 2 hatchlings in this deck, which, you know, really good at, you know, they kind of are their own Yordle in Arms, right? Like, you know, they kind of serve that function, except you also get a body. So, you know, buff for buff, you're getting close, similar amounts of value. Not nearly as much, but still very similar.
Yeah, Majin at least could have a way to deal with this Taric. I mean, if there's buffs, of course, Majin will not have actually the ability to do so, but Chompers plus Lulu is set up to kill through tough. Is set up in general to kill unless there's something like a sharp sight, right? You need a decent sized buff to get through here. 1 health will not be enough.
And even then, we have Mystic Shot to clean up potentially. There is a sharp sight. We can stop that. I will say, you know, I was going to make a snide comment about how unplayable Whimsy is, but it actually could be decent here.
Yeah, I mean, Whimsy's very good here, right? Whimsy going to be able to save Lulu, kill off a threatening unit. Mystic going to basically replace that extra 2 damage that was on the Taric before.
Yeah. This is really only playing around second guiding touch, which is reasonable enough to play around. I don't know how much value you get by waiting. I guess potentially if Mcantur wants to develop more or develop under another sharp sight.
Okay, the word beats maybe isn't great, but it beats Pale Cascade, right? Because you're still killing off the Taric, even though it will still kill your Flame Chomper. But wow, this is pretty rough. At least you're still taking down Taric. You keep your Chomper.
Oh,
that is actually.
Yeah, didn't need to use that hut. Just threw a hush into the garbage.
Yeah, wait. I think, yeah, Mcantur may be misstepping on exactly how that was going to play out.
Yeah, there's no way that was intentional. That's. I think we can just say that was a straight up miscalculation there.
Well, which was looking like kind of a rough situation for Majin, where he was going to lose his Lulu. Ends up not being too bad overall. Gets a Hush out for free, and in this deck, Hush pretty valuable against what Majin wants to do.
Yeah, there is 11 power coming through here. Gonna be able to stop at least some of it, but it is quite scary, and always have the ever looming threat of Taric plus Golden Aegis.
Okay, but Hatchling on attack token.
Okay.
That's a big board coming through. Yeah, the little Yordles in arms coming through.
Yeah, but how good is this? I guess it puts pressure.
Threatens lethal
onto the units.
Currently, Mcantur has to play another unit to block.
Okay.
And now Majin.
Oh right, we have two Chompers. Okay.
Quite threaten lethal anymore, but it's still like threatening a large amount of damage.
Right. We've got 5 burn in hand as well, so that's always a good. That's always good.
Right. So like, I mean, this is still lethal with Mystic. You got the Get Excited too, so even if 3 more damage were to be stopped, you'd still have the damage. Of course, if any more damage is to be stopped, it will be more than 3.
Right.
So that will require Majin to find additional points of damage later.
This looks like Concerted Strike.
Yeah, possibly. If this is it, though, okay, it's a single.
Single. Okay.
So that does put Mcantur out of range of Majin's burn. Majin can't actually interact with this. He can go for a Taric kill, but there's 3 mana left for Mcantur. Actually, he can't even go for the full Taric kill here, so it wouldn't actually work out. Not enough mana to do so. Be 2 turn clock, not going to be worth.
Yeah, Taric, well, unfortunately for Majin, has we see the overwhelm in hand already, so that is quite scary. Although we do have deny this,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure we gotta deny this, because we're not like we probably are still losing to rally anyway, but we're definitely losing to rally if Taric has overwhelm.
I think we're losing harder to overwhelm than we are to multiple attacks. So I kind of I really like the deny. Because you've got the chumps, right? Yeah, you've got the chumps.
Right, we even have, we got Boom Baboon as well. You get another Flame Chompers. Yep. Opponent not presenting lethal, hit the pass button. Pantheon with what looks like 1 tick away from leveling. Depending on what's in Mcantur's hand, could theoretically kill this Pantheon.
Might end up needing to before he's given the opportunity to further buff it.
Yeah.
But the problem is like, I think it's 1 spell from leveling. So if there's any spell that could be played in reaction, it would just buff the Pantheon out of range.
Yep. Smartly putting, I mean, you would want to put the sharp sight onto Taric anyway, because that also means it's going on to Pantheon. We see...
Overwhelm.
Yeah, always has overwhelm. Spell Shield, Challenger, Quick Attack, Fury. Will reproc Faded.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do.
You can Mystic Shot plus Get Excited your own face.
You know what?
So that you don't
that's right,
let your opponent kill you.
I said there's nothing you could do. I was wrong. You could do that. You could do that.
Yeah.
But Majin not going to do that. Instead, just going to throw out the Shen emote, hit OK. Mcantur going to move on to the winner's bracket final. Face off against Floppy Mudkip. And if you're Mcantur, you got to be pretty happy if that is your result moving on to that round, because you just beat a lineup very similar to Floppy Mudkip's lineup.
Yeah. Absolutely. Looks like Majin did end up taking the win, their first win with that Gnar Swain, which is a different deck than what Floppy built. But yeah, like you said, if you can take down this Flame Chompers deck, feels pretty decent. Banning Lee Sin, and that means you'd have to play against the Fizz Gnar, potentially, the Yordles Arms, on the side of Floppy.
It feels like Pantheon has done really well into these kind of low-to-the-ground Yordle-esque lists, right? We saw it in round 1 against Shotox playing the Tristana list, and yeah, you can, I mean, we can debate anything about that list, and that's fine, but still, in the concept of how it wants to play, being low to the ground, going wide, attacking in, similar style to this Flame Chompers list with the Lulu Ahri. And the Pantheon deck continues to just have good game against this type of list. And that's going to bode really well into Floppy's almost entire lineup other than Lee. And we just saw the Lee ban against Majin. We're going to see the same Lee ban again against Floppy, pretty much guaranteed. So I actually like Mcantur's odds going into this winner's final, especially with the Pantheon. And I'm curious if we ever end up actually seeing the Pantheon be the ban, because so far it seems like the bans have all been on the Gnar deck, which also might need the ban. I'm not really as versed with this list. I don't know exactly if like it's gonna just be even worse than the Pantheon Taric, but understanding that is going to be a hard matchup and trying to figure out and really think about how you're beating it with the decks that you've brought. We'll find out soon enough, Blev. We've got Floppy versus Mcantur. Winner's bracket final coming up in just a moment, so don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins, and we're already in the winners final, Blev.
Yep.
Floppy kind of speed ran his round, and the other round definitely was a bit quick, but Floppy is going to be taking on Mcantur. And Blev, I mean, let's talk about this matchup a little bit, because we just saw the end of Mcantur versus Majin Bay, and I think we are set up for a little bit of a repeat here.
Yeah, we definitely are. Here is the bracket for how we've made it so far. Mudkip, of course, we just saw beat Beastlama, Mcantur edging out Majin Bay 2-1. And we saw Floppy and Majin have very similar lineups. We're seeing the Lee Sin Zoe, pretty stock standard, as well as the Ahri Lulu Flame Chompers deck. Then that third deck from Floppy is going to be Fizz Gnar, where Majin had the Gnar Swain. Now, both have Gnar in them, but are very different decks in general. The the Yordle and Arms deck from Floppy here, very explosive, very trying to go wide, clear that board, have a Yordle and Arms kill in one turn. The Swain deck's much more of a control variant, like we've seen, TF Swain in the past. So similar lineups, but not necessarily exactly the same, at least in terms of ban strategy necessarily.
Yeah, I am curious if we'll just see Floppy kind of ban the same way that Majin did, right, with banning away the Gnar, or if we'll see Pantheon Terra, because we were talking about how that does seem to have a good matchup into a lot of these low to the ground lists that are paired alongside the Lee Zoe, so we just end up seeing the Lee Zoe banned, and then we have kind of the rest of these decks played into. So I think the bans are going to be really interesting, or maybe not interesting at all, right? Like it might just be exactly the same as the Majin matchup, but it's at least curious to see if it will be any different. And if not, is Mcantur just going to be able to take that victory once again, right? Like, is this just going to be a Lux Jace win in game one and then being able to find that victory after the fact? And it's very possible, because Mcantur able to take down Majin on a similar lineup, and a lot of times when we see this kind of setup, that is how it goes, right? You have a player who takes down a lineup once in the tournament, and if they run into a player that has this similar lineup, they tend to win again. They're pretty happy with running into that same matchup again.
I will say, like, that third deck could potentially be a curveball here. They do actually end up playing very differently. And, I would imagine the matchup tables are actually quite different. I don't know that they're going to be different enough to justify a different ban on the side of Mcantur, but it certainly could throw a curveball into, what they're going into here, with Floppy being on that different third deck. But I will say, Mcantur, the deck that, they got banned from Majin was, like you said, that Gnar Swain. Running the Spotted Toad and the Mega Gromp, a card that I think players very heavily overrated coming into the set, perhaps off of a few key tweets from influencers on Twitter. But
Giga Gromp big.
Giga Gromp big, yes. Hasn't quite lived up to its name yet, though. All
right, well, we'll see if we get a chance to see the Giga Gromp today, or not at all. But first things first, I'm the realist. Second thing, there's also going to be a Pantheon on the other side. Saga Seeker already in hand with the Zenith Blade, so we like that. For the Pantheon player, you always like to see that, so Mcantur's gonna be happy. And we've got a couple Boom Baboons, a lot of Chompers for Floppy. Oh, okay, even more Chompers for Floppy.
Okay, not a discard outlet to be seen, and not a, well, we have the sign in as a pumper, but A, that's late game. B, pumping for one, not that great. There we go.
Urchin can smooth that out quite a bit, but there is so many of these Chompers.
I wonder if you attack here, it's essentially saying, worst case, I'm trading my Boom Baboon for, I guess Pale Cascade would be pretty awful.
All right, but this is the exact setup we saw in the hand on the mull from Mcantur. We knew this was coming. And Floppy, it's going to be rough to just deal with this Saga Seeker. It's already a 3-5 overwhelm. And it does get bigger over time. It continues to seek sagas, gain +1/+1.
Yep.
Floppy can really only get that power up to 4, right, with the suit up. So could look to try and chunk some of that HP off. Could have looked for that, but of course, Mcantur still has 2 mana. Could have pumped.
Yeah.
Additionally, killed off your Chomper. It's not terrible to kill it in like 2 hits, but it does continue to get pumped. So you do have to kill it relatively quickly.
Mm-hmm. When you already have a suit up on the Chompers, the Lulu does not really do much here. Ugh. Pantheon, just a 4/2 barrier, good enough to stop the attack here. Pretty brutal for Floppy Mudkip. Like, the problem is, you know, this board is with this hand from Floppy, the board of Mcantur are really pretty untouchable right now. And, you know, the way that you get through is with elusives, right? We see none of them. And also Mcantur is still at 20 with no real sign of taking damage anytime in the future. So this is really not looking great for Floppy here.
It's weird because like Floppy actually has like a very strong start. Like this is what the deck wants, right? Like it started out scary, admittedly, right? We had just a bunch of Flame Chompers and nothing else, but it smoothed out so well. You got the Zonite Urchin, you found your Lulu, you found a Sump Dredger. Like, this is exactly what you wanted to see. And yet, it doesn't really feel like Floppy's winning because he's running into this Pantheon, he's running into the Terek, he's running into the Saga Seeker. And this is what we were talking about when we were saying these, like, go-wide decks are looking like they're just getting stomped on by the Pantheons.
Yeah, I mean, the wall is too big to get over, and you can't go around, right? There are natural barriers on the sides of the wall with 6 units. You can't go more than that. So, and the tall, and you know, Pantheon Terek can go very tall on that wall, and I don't know that this deck is really able to get that tall, unfortunately, for Floppy here.
It's actually capped at 4/4. Like that's as tall as it gets, right? Like, I mean, it gets a little taller when you get Windfarer Hatchling, admittedly, right? We get to 7 mana, and yes, we can go taller. But the tallest we go is the 4/4 until that happens. And everything here is like 5 HP or tough, or it's going to have a barrier, or like it's just not getting dealt with. Maybe we can do something with this twin. That's potentially a saving grace. It's like maybe we can remove one of these things with the twin and start to reclaim a little bit of board presence. Because the one big thing that Floppy does have over Mcantur is once you kill off one of these units, it becomes a lot harder for Mcantur to replace it and to rebuild that board. Whereas Floppy can go 6 wide every day of the week. He's always going to go 6 wide.
And I really like this fork being presented. We're going to try to kill the Terek. Doesn't happen. But now Floppy has the go-ahead to Mystic Shot the Pantheon.
Yeah, 1 mana left for Mcantur. That should be free, right? I think the Panth is more important than the 1 health Terek, but it has to be relatively close, right?
It is pretty close because, I mean, both are very threatening. Well, Floppy draws a Mystic Shot off the top.
Yeah, there you go.
Should at least potentially make the decision easier, though.
Fantastic draws. Really, really good. Windfarer Hatchling for your turn 8 swing, and a deny to stop the rally in between if Mcantur has a combo to set up a potential lethal.
Yep. And Floppy, you know, using these units to the fullest effect here, getting as much out of the carcasses of these units as you possibly can. Twin Discipline, able to chunk out. It wasn't clean, but it still worked. Okay, making a big unit. Single combat the Lulu.
Yeah, you have to let that through. You need this deny for something else. You also have no mana, but even if you had mana, I don't think that would be the deny target.
Yeah, honestly, the single, I guess it just, the single combat's not even that good. Is what I would imagine Floppy is thinking here. I mean, this basically says, okay, Chompers is dead either way. This says I'm going to present 5, 8, 12, 15. If you want to take 15, that's the cost of your Taric right now. 15 life. Is it worth it?
Mcantur says
Mcantur
yes.
says yes.
Potential combo in hand. I mean, we see the Zenith. That can be denied. It's an okay deny target, but there's already Overwhelm on the Saga Seeker.
Mm-hmm.
Mystic and Deny are the defense tools. There's the Zenith.
I think you'd let this happen.
Yeah.
This Zenith Blade is not killing you.
The Zenith isn't, but a rally might.
Mm-hmm.
You could just Mystic this and force more spells. Like, that would be a reasonable line, right? Just to Mystic that Taric.
Yeah. I don't hate it, but also this attack is not really threatening. The thing that you're afraid of is rally, and if you are denying a rally, you are just winning the game right now because there's just not enough mana on Mcantur to do anything. After that, we don't have double rally mana.
Okay, Pale on the Taric.
Would be, does this level? It does. So this will be Mudkip and hit skip block here.
Yeah, there is no over the top for this deck, and you have the deny for the rally.
Right, just don't go below 4 mana, and you should be good here from Mudkip. Skip block, whether you're at 1 or 13 is irrelevant here.
Yeah, because I mean, your next turn, you're just jamming Hatchling, and it doesn't matter if the rally comes down after that, because you can just swing. I think you're right. I think Floppy's just gonna. I think Floppy will just take this damage.
Right. Check the eye first, just to double check, make sure nothing happened.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
blocking only puts you in more danger.
Oh, I completely agree. I think this is great from Floppy. You see him play the Sump Dredger. This is the best unit to play.
Back to 6 wide. You're hoping your opponent is banking on a rally. A Pantheon is scary, potentially, but you can pull it to the side. So even if it gets lifesteal, you're still at least okay.
Gonna play just Floppy's gonna look for an open attack, so he's gonna play Boom Baboon instead. So we're not gonna even play Hatchling here. We just want to get as much damage possible onto the board. Open attack, pull Panth to the side just in case he ends up getting lifesteal.
Yep, there it is.
Floppy goes for the swing, and Mcantur. I mean, 9 mana to play with.
Block 3. We're still 10 is coming through.
Yeah, and this deny still exists, right? This still exists.
Deny is still there. Okay, this is 9 coming through. Even we're beating Concerted Strike right now. We're beating Single Combat. We're beating both, technically.
Having the Guiding Touch the Panth in order to get the level up.
Yep. We need to hit Lifesteal and then also have probably single combat.
Combats.
Yeah. We need to be 2 single combats. In Mcantur's mind, it might only need to be 1. That's just going to be it. Floppy threads the needle here. Wasn't the cleanest win, but a win nonetheless.
Yeah. And
take it down 1-0.
Here's the thing. Like, we talked about how good Panth is into these decks. I still believe that Floppy had one of the most insane hands for this list. And the game was close, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is one of the best case scenarios for Floppy possible with the hand that he was given. And it was a close game against the Pantheon. But for Floppy, what that does mean is I think this series becomes very much within his grasp. Because he's able to take the Pantheon down once already. He's got 2 chances with his other deck. And I think the Pantheon is the most threatening list that Mcantur has. So even if you end up losing this next game to it, the other match should be a lot more winnable.
Yep. Only can take 1 win off. And it looks like, this is...
got Gnar.
Yeah, it's Gnar, Yordle, and Narms here. For Floppy here, and it looks like, Mcantur just running it back. A little bit smoother of a hand here. We've got the early Sharp Sight, Saga Seeker, Zenith, still exactly what you're looking for. Also, even have the Petrocite Broadwing.
And I mean, the Gnar deck, while different from Majin, was the deck that Majin was able to find the win with, right? It was the other list that could not find the win. It was the Lulu Ahri list that couldn't pick up a victory. So for Mcantur, that's got to be rough. ending up, you know, the deck that you were able to sweep, and that I think Mcantur reasonably should be able to sweep.
Right. I'm really surprised with that Saga Seeker attack on 1. There's no way that the Saga Seeker is worth less than the Fizz in this deck. At least I don't think. Fizz is not really that useful in this deck, or that necessary.
It must be just a very unit-heavy hand from Mcantur, I would imagine. Because that's the only time that I feel like that's a pretty reasonable swing, is just like, I'll trade your Fizz for my first Saga Seeker because I have a bunch of other things that I'm going to be playing out, and I'm not playing a bunch of spells and actually getting any value out of this Fated keyword.
Yeah, but I mean, we saw the Zenith Blade. We saw the Zenith Blade in the opener. We saw the Sharp Sight in the opener, and the Petrosite Broadwing. So must have drawn another, I suppose. Maybe another Saga Seeker, maybe a Dragon. But even so, I feel like getting that 1 chip damage in is almost never going to happen. There's no world where Floppy's not blocking, and you need but 1 buff to make it so that your Saga Seeker doesn't die to the Fizz. And yes, maybe the Fizz gets to open attack, but I think you're fine if that's the case. If Floppy's turn is open attack, get 2 in, you're probably okay with that. Or you have the option again, you can block if you really wanted to. I don't know. I'm not buying I'm not buying that if that's what Mcantur's selling.
Well, we'll see if that plan falls into place for Mcantur, right? Like, we'll see if this kind of comes through as to maybe why that was the decision that was made as this continues to play out. Currently just in the Petrosite game plan with the Broadwing buffed up. There's there's the second Saga Seeker, right?
Okay, so at least makes a little bit of sense. And you know what? I'm not really going to want to split the buffs necessarily, so let's just get some value out of the first one. I can almost buy that. Floppy going through the iterations of what is good here against this, you know, what punishes this attack. And there are... Sharp Sight is the one that punishes the most, but you're doing a bunch of damage to the Saga Seeker, and you're still getting a Pokey Stick.
I mean, it's actually just New Dragon. I mean, it really is. Like, it's
just Strike. It's not Nexus Strike. It's just good old-fashioned Strike. And let me tell you, Pokey Stick a little bit better than Whirling Axes.
Look, I mean, players are going to be on Strike if Nara doesn't get fixed.
True, and it's not Nexus Strike.
Well, that Pokey does threaten the Saga Seeker. We also have, you know, the Danger Noodle. Can do the same on the next attack token. 0 mana 1/1 challenger. Of course, Saga Seeker, you would expect to get rebuffed back up, so that's probably not going to be actually threatening, especially with the gem maybe coming through off the strike from the goat. Yordle.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird spot for Mcantur. Does, you know, wants the gem for sure, but is he willing to trade his goat off for a 2/1 here?
Yeah, Yordle in arms, very threatening for Floppy. If he can start to get these urchins down as well, just go 5-6 wide, get the Yordle in arms out, just take control of the game from there.
I'm looking to see Mcantur not running Shield of Durand in this deck. Not that it's necessarily a standard card to run in the deck, but Floppy not even wanting to take the trade onto the goat here. Just says wants the board, doesn't want to, or, you know, wants the 2/1 on board, doesn't necessarily want to futz around with any pump spells onto the goat. Always feels good to gem your Fated unit for the turn. Now, we have Yordle in arms active here. We're going to have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. We'll have 8 mana, so we can't Gnar plus Yordle in arms.
Another one, though, so we could just rip it with 4, right? Like, It's not that bad. You have a second one. It just gives you control of the board to set up for your second one.
Yeah. Will likely push a little bit of damage. Your danger noodle is going to be able to at least eat something. And, you know, let Mcantur do the math on the rest of it.
I mean, Floppy's just deciding if he wants to go one wider with the Zonite. And I think it's reasonable enough to do so. But I'm trying to think, what do you want to discard, or will he actually just skip the discard?
Deciding.
Do you really not want both? Maybe just the one to take control of the board is fine, and then from there, you probably just win through Gnar and just the wide board that you still have.
Right. It's possible. I mean, there's really not a ton of cards in Mcantur's hand.
Yeah.
If any of them are units, you kind of don't care with this Yordle in arms.
Yordle in Yarms.
Yordle in Yarms. They're Broadwing. Again, you don't really care here. Floppy going the full 6. Rising Spell Force is a card that I think rarely will get played around. Ambush plus Pokey Stick is a way to turn Ambush on.
That might be kind of cheeky. You have the Pokey Stick already. Rising Spell Force is a reasonable pick just because nobody plays around that, and +4 attack for 3 mana. Very powerful when you're just trying to close out this game, and you're going to be wide enough that something gets through, which should pretty much always be the case.
Yeah, you don't really want to like open yourself up to the sharp sight being even better. So I like this Rising Spell Force. It feels like it's the right choice here. It's just more damage, like you said. It also, you know, plays to the board more if that is necessary. You know, Quick Attack obviously being very strong. Ironically, defensively, if your opponent is blocking and then buffing, you get to sort of offensively defend your unit with Quick Attack. Okay, this could be a concerted strike. It is. It's just going to happen, but this will be Mcantur going down to 8 here. Board cleared up a bit, but not entirely.
Yeah, I mean, Mcantur still has a board, and Floppy got rid of the other Yordle in arms.
Oh, but the Poro Cannon. We have Crescent Strike if for whatever reason something scary happened. There's not a ton of mana for Mcantur, so
yeah,
even if there was like a leveled up I doubt that Pantheon is leveled yet. Maybe close with the gems. But even if it came down, you can Crescent Strike it, or if you needed to, Pokey Stick plus Crescent Strike. If Tarek comes down, you're probably going to Crescent Strike that on site, and all of a sudden this attack is just not that scary. There's Pantheon. Okay, is leveled.
He might just pick up Spell Shield so the Crescent can actually stop him.
Yeah, you'd have to pokey. You'd have to pokey into.
He does
Crescent.
get a Spell Shield.
Okay.
Once again, no lifesteal. We're seeing Pantheon be a little bit allergic to lifesteal this fight night.
Yeah. Much to the chagrin of Mcantur, but much to the glee of their opponents.
Okay.
Get excited. Is certainly something to get excited over here. I mean, this is looking like it's pretty stock standard Yordle. Oh, we don't have the Yordle in arms. That's right. We discarded it.
We threw away the second copy.
Oh. Which makes us much harder to end this game.
Yeah, I really did question it. I was kind of thinking Floppy was thinking that he's going to get board control, so it doesn't matter, right? Like, you don't need it. If you have board control, you're going to win anyway, right? But Mcantur held on to most of the board, went down to 8, and now Floppy's just got a bunch of junk, and like trying to push 8 damage is going to be still difficult through this board. I think it's fine to take this 5 the scary thing becomes next turn there is going to be the overwhelms. So it's just about like, how do I deal 8? Right? So we get rid of Gnar, we play both of these
like
Poros.
This.
We go for open attack and we Rising Spell Force over the top, right? Like that's...
We Rising Spell Force, something that is unblocked. We hope that opponent did not draw a single combat or concerted strike. And we go from there. This does have to be blocked.
It's only 2 cards. Floppy has good odds of winning here.
Sure. This is pushing 4. Rising Spell Force would be exacties here.
And even if not, you still have to get excited. So just blocking with Pantheon doesn't actually even save Mcantur from what Floppy's hand does. It has to be more than that. Is a start though. Guiding Touch now actually stays alive. Guiding Touch, single combat, concerted strike.
Some combination of those will keep Mcantur alive here.
Any one, if he blocks with Panth, actually does it for now. At the very least.
Right. We do have Ballistic Bot and Get Excited to essentially make your own Decimate over the next turn, but as it stands, Mcantur going to start by needing one of those. I feel like you have to rip it, or else you're just too far. You're too many turns of Ballistic Bot away from being able to realistically close it out.
I mean, it's 2 cards. It has to be one of the ones I mentioned earlier, right? I mean, we need Guiding Touch, single combat, concerted strike.
Concerted is brutal. Mcantur going only to 7. Just gonna try to kill a Pantheon and maybe buy some time.
I mean, what's the last card, right? What is the last card? Because if this kills Panth, the Floppy still might be okay.
Yeah, there's not really any pressure here. This Broadwing is dead. Goat's dead. We do still have the Saga Seeker and a Zenith Blade.
You got
That's
Zenith
not gonna
and
kill
some
next
gems.
turn.
That's a little bit scary, actually.
Maybe it will kill next turn.
Yeah. It's going to be...
Yeah, we're going to go up to 9 with the Zenith, 10 with the gem if we want. Gnar, probably the best single card you could draw.
Deny would have actually been pretty nice.
Yeah, but are you winning
run deck,
with Deny? Yeah.
That's the other go wide deck we're playing.
Right. We're up to 10, so we're gonna have to block.
It's funny how similar these strategies feel.
Right.
It feels like we're back in game 1.
Yeah. If Mcantur develops the gem and the other Zenith Blade, we're gonna have to block with Gnar, which will give us a Pokey Stick. Because it's just strike any time with Gnar and you get a Pokey Stick, a card you're happy to run in your deck, by the way. Wounded White Flame is going to, I think, put an end to this, as this is now 13 Overwhelm that's coming through. It's now going to be 14 Overwhelm. We can block 4. That's 10. That's exacties.
Yeah. Wow. Mcantur barely hanging on. This looked like Floppy was just going to run away with it.
Yeah.
Mcantur finds the concerted. One of the few cards that I was saying could be providing out. Probably was the best one of the different options.
Yes.
Single is a lot easier to counter. I think almost every single one of the units would die to the Get Excited.
Yep.
So that was a little bit worse, right? And also single means that your unit is dying to that Poro, keeping more board available for Floppy. You know, kind of the similar look on Guiding Touch, right? It's not really giving you that much HP. You just barely be alive.
Right.
But that Yordle and Arms discard, maybe costing Floppy here. Of course, results-based analysis on it. Maybe he knows that it was, in fact, the highest percentage line, but it felt a little suspect.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly felt like Floppy had a different view on the end game than we did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is certainly fine. Floppy Mudkip, very strong player. I'm a You know, Unga Bunga, Yordle in arms, make board big, smash face. That's just the easiest way to do it. I don't need to do math. I make my opponent do it.
All right, but we've got a couple pokey sticks. We've got a Gnar. And we've got, Forge Workers hitting the board. It's okay, Bluff.
Stupid, sexy Forge Workers.
It's okay, Bluff. Don't worry. Don't worry too much about it, but, you know, you got some Forge Workers.
Saw a decent amount of the Forge Workers last week, too.
I mean, I can't believe you got through that cast. You had Hugs there. You had Forge Workers on the board.
It's Valentine's Day.
Yeah, like, whew.
Sometimes you got to keep a little bit of professionalism. I mean, I don't, but you need to.
Look, I'm proud of you for keeping it together.
I mean, you did miss the creation of Hugs and I found both ends of the Cythria chain. The high end is the one that Hugs came up with, which is Cythria region, right, where she grows to the whole region. And I, of course, thought of the Cythria embryo, which was the first one, the very first one. It was at that point that Hugs disconnected from the call and blocked me on all forms of social media, but nonetheless, we're here today.
And he was justified, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he made the right call.
Yeah. What's going on here?
So Pharaoh's Financier.
Just a long time on this pick from Mcantur then, yeah.
Pharaoh's Financier might have the widest gap of the widest range of effects, and many of them can be powerful, albeit quite different. Like you can have Progress Day or what is Ezreal's ultimate? True Shot Barrage. Like those are very powerful, and they could be very powerful in this matchup, but they're very different. So it could be, a decision akin to that. Or it could just be more Forge Workers.
Yeah, hell yeah, Mcantur. Let's go. More Forge Workers. We really need someone to get a Iceborne Legacy Forge Workers deck to work.
I mean, let's see. You can still run Jace, and then you would need Freljord. Is there any Freljord champions that work with 6-cost spells? Oh, Gnar! Gnar works with 6+ spells. I mean, he's not particularly good with it, but it's Gnar, so it's fine.
Like he not directly, but Gnar.
Right. Yeah. There you go. Gnar Jace. The stupid, sexy frozen. It even works. It's the stupid, sexy Flanders deck because that scene is where they're on the slope and Flanders is skiing, so it's perfect. It's like cold Forge Workers. There you go. There's the deck.
You just call it Cold Steel.
It's Cold Steel and yeah. I think it would work.
Probably be really bad. Well, actually, as Gnar, so it probably wouldn't even be that bad.
It would be passable. It would be better than some other decks by default.
You can probably random 40 cards and you'd be better than some decks I've seen in Iron.
True. Very true. It would probably be better than the pre-cons that are sold in the store of the LoR shop.
That's probably true.
I was watching Swim's stream with Kavira was on the stream, and Swim got paired up against I think it was Pantheon Yumi, and Kavira said, "Oh, they must have bought the deck from the store," and I lost it. It was just the most subtle condescension I've ever heard, and it was just perfectly Kavira.
Just with Kavira's voice too, it makes it so much better.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't dare try to mimic Kavira's voice. It would just be be awful.
When they're roasting you, it just like it sounds nice too, and it's like that makes it worse.
The beauty.
It's, I mean,
the
it's
subtle
so good,
condescension.
Yeah. Anyways, Yordle in Arms being cast by Floppy. He's got a 6 wide board, and Mcantur is just gonna have to try and find a way to weather the storm with these stupid, sexy forge workers. Mystic Shot concerted. This is certainly an answer, right? Like, this is gonna stop quite a bit of the pressure, and you can realistically eat like maybe 11 here. Well, now you're gonna have to try and block a little bit more. You still can eat 11. In fact, you probably will have to eat 11. But you're gonna keep your Lux on board, and you can start to look to reestablish with the more forge workers that you have in hand. Plus, you'll get a laser for it.
Yeah, once the lasers start coming down, it's pretty hard for. Well, I mean, we can reestablish the board in general, but it is going to be hard. I mean, those lasers, they're going to be hitting.
They do be hitting. Okay, actually going to block with Lux. So we'll probably see only taking 6 then and block all 3. Laser will clean up one of these units. Then we go Forge Workers next turn. Get another laser. The rough thing is now Lux is in danger of dying to just a Pokey Stick.
Yep. Which, you know, it's a card that's generated for free when Gnar strikes, and also is a card you actively put in your deck. Just saying. They should make who's another champion in Demacia that's not in LoR yet? I'm trying to think.
I mean, there definitely are some. I'm just trying to think of like every champion that's in LoR and versus like every Demacian champion.
Right.
And it's like breaking my brain with the amount of information that is running through my brain right now.
Right. I'm like, oh, Jarvan. Nope, in the game. Well, it would be like if there's a Demacia champion that when it struck, just put a sharp sight in your hand.
Okay.
Like, there you go.
Let's not even say that out loud. Let's not even put that into the universe.
There we go. Peps is saying Sona. Okay, yeah. Okay, so strike doesn't really make sense for Sona.
Okay. Oh, Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao is a good call out.
Oh, Xin Zhao. Yeah. Oh, maybe they'll do an homage to the original release of Xin Zhao and just make him absolutely busted. So he'll be like a 2 mana. No, we'll give him Beamer stats. 3 mana 4/4. On quick attack on strike. Create a sharp sight. There you go. There's Xin Zhao for you. That's a freebie.
Yeah,
for
just
you,
call it 3 Talon sharp sight.
Yeah,
and he just every time he strikes, he generates a sharp sight.
Right.
Yeah.
It'll be a fleeting sharp sight, so it's not that broken.
Okay, yeah. That wouldn't be broken.
No, see, that would make Gnar better. So no, it can't be fleeting. Sorry. That's too bad.
Oh, that's right. Veins Demacia. There's some like kind of not as like quintessent like when you think Demacia type Demacia.
Not as like the Demacian royalty.
Like, and you know, like Silas is a prisoner of Demacia, but technically still Demacia, right? So.
Is he? I thought he was Freljord.
No, it's a skin.
Oh, you're right. I wonder. That would be weird if he counted as Demacia. Oh no, he wouldn't be Demacian. He is a Demacian. He's just a mage, right?
He's a mage. Have him have like anti-synergy with the Mage Seeker group. Yeah. But you know, this Lux staying alive for now has a barrier. Another Pokey Stick for Floppy. So once this barrier falls off, you can at least pressure the Lux. But we know that Mcantur has a sharp sight, has a back-to-back, has ways to defend. Board is wide yet again, though, for Floppy, and he does have a Yordle in Arms.
Yeah, we can... If the Yordle in Arms comes down, we can develop 2 extra blockers in the Forge Workers. 10 is going to be coming through... from the Poros. I don't know that killing... The problem is, killing something right now with Thermo Beam is not the most high-value play, but you can't use it next turn because you're going to need to do more than one thing, right? You can't use it after Yordle in Arms because then that's all of your mana and you just lose. So you kind of have to take a low value a low value play here on the thermo beam just to potentially get there. But now another Poro cannon coming out is going to mean we're not doing 10 anymore. We're doing a full 20 worth of elusive damage.
Yeah, I wonder if Floppy's going to fully play out all of these Daring Poros, or if we're just going to see the Yordle in arms now. But, I mean, Pokey Stick going to try and answer onto the Lux with the Forge Workers coming down. We're going to see the Sharp Sight interrupt that. That will give another laser for the Lux, which means if you develop a Poro, it can just get lasered. So, might as well just Yordle in arms now.
Might as well, yep. This will be still a lot. We've got, okay, so the Sharp Sight made a laser.
Yeah.
It ticked up the rest of a laser, and then we got another full laser from the Forge Workers. Yordle Arms is going to come down.
So, interestingly, it's not game just on this swing, right? Because you block down. The Sharp Sight was on the Lux, so she can block an elusive. Now,
take 10 here.
Is it probably still going to be game in favor of Floppy? I would say yes. But currently not over, and there are some lasers to be cast.
Do 4 damage to the Nexus, not nothing.
I actually am not sure if there's even a possible way, though, to try and either defend or get, this 7 damage through in the Jace Lux list on 1 card draw. Because certainly it's not in hand, right? So,
Pharaoh's Financier into Progress Day.
Yeah, Pharaoh's Financier into Pyroblast from Hearthstone. And then you cast that, yeah. I think that would be maybe the only out that Mcantur can hope for.
It would only work if it was... Actually, it wouldn't even work if it was pre-nerfed, like old beta Pyroblast that costed 8, because not even enough mana, only 9. So it'd be 2 plus 8, 10, not enough. This is looking pretty done. I guess maybe Mcantur just send the attack. Okay, now you need to... Maybe, I wonder if there was ever a send the attack, don't pull anything, and just hope Floppy doesn't block for some reason.
Just forgets to block. I mean, Floppy loves to pass, so maybe, you're
you're
just hoping
how
that he's just
much do you want this
for that pass? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we don't have a Pharaoh's Financier card in hand. If we did, it could be reasonable to try to play around Judgment here. But unfortunately for Mcantur, not going to be enough. Floppy Mudkip taking it down 2-1, and we'll be advancing to our grand finals.
And we talked about, finding that win over Pantheon and how big that was for Floppy in this matchup, because we saw Majin on almost the same lineup, not quite, but very close to the same lineup, just lose to Mcantur. Mcantur has the same kind of matchup spread against Floppy, should be able to find that win, but losing that first game is so important to give Floppy those 2 chances. Games were very close, but Floppy able to find one when you get that additional chance. We talk about it all the time on Legends of Runeterra cast, where a lot of the matchups are like a 45-55 or a 50-50 or like 60-40. It tends to be towards the worst kind of things. Sometimes it's, it gets
Rare
a little bit further than that, but they're all very close, right? A lot of matchups are still close, even when something's favored. And so if you get that extra chance to play your deck again, even into these matchups that are not as good, you might find exactly what you need to pick up the win. And Floppy, able to find it here, able to piece together these victories. He's piloting the decks extremely well, giving him those better odds to win against Mcantur, and he does take it down. So Floppy, once again, moving on to the grand finals of a fight night. I feel like I've said that a couple of times over the past. It doesn't feel strange to say. It doesn't feel new to say. It's like, no, Floppy's in the finals again.
I think if Floppy wins today, we're really close to like Winding God levels, if not surpassing like that level, that number of wins, like Marcus Winding God-esque number
I'm trying to remember,
like
wins. If Floppy has a ton of wins or a ton of like second places.
Well,
but I know he's made a lot of finals.
The last time he won in the winner's interview was asking like, how close to the record am I? So that's
then he's got to be pretty close.
Got to be kind of close, I think. So
got to be about there.
If we get to that point today, maybe we'll have Croc take a look at it. Yeah, Croc will look into it as the Giant Slayer Fight Night historian, and we'll see. We'll have to see.
All right. I mean, but with that, we have our first grand finalist. Floppy Mudkip is going to be invited to the next week's Fight Night. He's going to be playing that money match later for that first place. But we're going to take a break. We're going to the losers semifinal next. It's going to be 4LW versus Beast Llama as they try and climb their way up the ladder to make it to be the opponent that plays against Floppy. So don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends returns after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by the Blevins. Blev, we got our first grand finalist. It's Floppy Mudkip, but we are moving on to the losers semifinal. So let's take a look at the bracket and see kind of what happened on the lower side. Blev, why don't you break it down for me?
Yeah, we saw Majin Bay fall to Mcantur and then immediately fall to 4LW. Elder Senior was on the losers bracket, did 2-0 our Spice Lord Shotox, but then lost to Beast Llama 2-1, which brings us here, Casa, 4LW versus Beast Llama.
Yeah, and we haven't had a chance to see 4LW on the broadcast yet today, so kind of interested in what was brought by 4LW, and I just looked at my other monitor. And I saw there are timelines. So, 4LW, I actually saw him tweeting about this deck a little bit. I'm happy we get to see it. We even favored decks, Trundle timelines. All right, thanks 4LW. We got some Trundle timelines. Back at it again. This time, of course, with Gnar. You can kind of put anything with Gnar. It works out a little bit there. But I'm excited to see some timelines. I think it's a very fun card ever since it's been added to the game, and I mean, it's entertainment. It's just pure entertainment.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this, well, it's unironically become a good deck, or at least a heavily played deck. 4LW, as we can see there, rank number 10 Master, hit Master very early, and it was with this deck. So, or at least was the most played deck when you checked the actual ladder profile in-game. So, it caught on quite a bit. I mean, the timelines itself, you know, you can take it or leave it. It actually is, you know, pretty decent value in this deck. Now, do you need to absolutely have it? I'd say probably not. But, you know, you are running, you know, the Trundle Timelines deck itself, you know, very strong. And, of course, you know, having the timelines out allows you to play the Ice Pillars as real 8-drops that also give you your mana back. It's running 2 Buried in Ice, which is pretty insane. Buried in Ice plus It That Stares.
I was going to put it
out.
Pretty
good combo.
Fun combo. Very fun combo.
I did pull it off in ladder in a situation that I was almost certainly not supposed to win. And I played a Buried in Ice and then realized I had an It That Stares and go, oh,
well, that's kind of nice.
Guess I'll take the dub here.
Yes, I'll just wipe your entire board. Okay.
Yeah.
That seems pretty good. I like that.
Yeah.
So, you know, decent combo for sure.
Yeah. And then, you know, you get to run, you know, Zonite Urchin, Boom Baboon, Pharaoh's Financier, Iceveil Archer, Kindly Tavern Keeper, Aloof Travelers, all units that are good on their own and get amplified after a timelines is in play. So, you know, not just the Trundle Ice Pillar that is, you know, the core combo in the deck. Basically every other unit, with the exception of, I guess, Avaros and Sentry, is also getting a decent amount of value off of the timelines just being active. So
yeah, they do something, they turn into something better, maybe. Right? Like, that's the idea. And you know, as much as I want to see the timelines deck be playing kind of the crazy transform package with it, but you know, end of the day, this is a very cool way to do it, and will probably always be the best way to play timelines is with Trundle. I just can't imagine a world where we're playing timelines without him, because Ice Pillar plus timelines is just so crazy. But we've talked up this deck a bunch. There's a non-zero chance that it's banned. We have Nami TF to kick things off for 4LW, going up against Zillion Echo from Beast Llama.
Yeah, another deck that was, I believe, completely untouched by the most recent balance changes, the new set. It's running, by my look, 0 new cards, but still very strong deck. In general, we saw it sort of really do well in seasonal, as well as just, you know, tournaments leading up to the seasonal. You just be a very, very strong deck in general, of course, piloted by Floppy Mudkip a lot of the time. And just be a very strong, proactive strategy that is, you know, found its place in the meta.
Yeah, people like to call it Floppy Pile. We see Floppy in the chat saying Floppy Pile PogChamp, which is fair enough. I mean, this deck is really cool, especially in the hands of a very good player like Floppy or like 4LW. Also, you know, considered one of the best being able to pilot something like this. It is a deck that does scale exponentially with the player skill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we got that sweet interview with Floppy with the top 32 players, and of course was practicing his APM to mulligan for his champions faster.
Yeah, and 4LW, you know, a solid champion mull here, ending up with Anami. Did not actually find the TF though, so it's gonna be a little bit harder without that, but still having the ability to buff up the board quite a bit, and these rummages, or this rummage is gonna be able to find value with all of these ignitions being created. Gonna be able to try and turn these into a bunch of real cards and potentially find your way to that Twisted Fate.
Well, and the beauty is, you know, 4LW doesn't have Twisted Fate, but Beaslama doesn't know that, so still has to respect it, at least in some ways. You know, you can't really overcommit too much mana and not have an answer left over for Twisted Fate, because with a relatively small amount of mana and resources, you can play a Twisted Fate blue card and draw, or at least set up to draw, a lot of cards. And that is, you know, a leveled up Twisted Fate in almost any matchup, this one included. It's going to be lights out.
All right, the Echo very close to leveling for Beast Llama. 4LW looking to maybe pick a card. Just going to start continuing to dig for the pieces that he really needs trying to win this game. I think Twisted Fate's going to be one of them, but also getting closer to the Nami level up. This is going to put her, I believe, 5 of 8. We'll just need a couple more ticks to get there.
Okay. Yep, of course, when she's played, that'll be an additional one. So, like, effectively 6 of 8, depending on how much spell mana 4LW has. Going to try to kill the Echo. I was going to say there's just a 0% chance that Beast Llama doesn't have the ability to level the Echo here.
Yeah, and it is going to be a time trick. So Echo going to be leveled up. We'll see if there's any other answer for 4LW coming soon.
There's gotta, that play seems like there's such little equity on it. Like, I can't imagine a player of any caliber not having the level up there, which I guess of course makes you beg the question of, oh, if my opponent is giving me that respect, then I don't actually need it, right? And then you kind of go down that rabbit hole. But I don't buy it. My opponent is playing a 2 health Echo. I'm you know, queuing the Mad Max meme. That's bait.
But sometimes it's also, you know, the other side of Mad Max where they're just slamming it down and saying, "Witness me."
True.
And they don't have anything. They got nothing to protect it. You know, you gotta
chrome spray paint.
Yeah. Sometimes they're just getting the chrome spray paint out and just saying, "Hey, witness me. See it. Try me. See what happens." Right. Just like you said. Well, and it does happen. People do play that mind game. And 4LW maybe just, hey, trying to call out Beast Llama's bluff, being like, hey, you actually don't have any support for this right now.
Yep. I mean, I'm not buying it. I mean, we didn't even have caster vision there. I still was like, no, there's no way I'm doing that. Well, either way, attack coming through here. From here on out, now that Echo has come down and leveled, every trade that happens is scary because we can have Chrono Break, I think that's what the name of the card is, come down, potentially revive everything that died at full health and rally. So, you know, 4LW really not going to be in the biggest hurry to kill this Echo. At least while Beast Llama still has 3 mana left over.
All right, Nami level up comes through. Gonna start buffing up a ballistic bot for now. No elusives.
Okay. Got the old monster harpoon. Not a terrible one to get off of the spell generator.
Yeah, I wonder if 4LW just rummages here to preserve the fact that he cannot play all of these fleeting cards.
It's possible. It really depends on how much does 4LW need a specific card. How much does he want to save for an eventual Twisted Fate? It's kind of a catch-22 where you need to cast the rummage to get to the Twisted Fate, and you also want to save the rummage until you have Twisted Fate. It's like the Gift of the Magi, you know, that story from like the turn of the century. Chat, type 1 if you know the Gift of the Magi.
I know, like, so you say Gift of the Magi, and I know the name, but I do not know the story. Or at least I can't remember it.
TLDR, there's a husband and wife, and they're, it's like a holiday, and the wife loves her hair. The husband lost his job or something. TLDR, they both need something and love something, and each other buy a gift for the other, but sacrifice that thing that they love. So like the wife loves her hair, buys the husband something, the husband buys something.
It's coming back now. It's coming back now.
There we go.
Twisted Fate loves rummage.
Yeah.
And 4LW.
So much so.
Yeah, so much so that you must rummage to find Twisted Fate. Yeah. Okay. Good reference. Good cut.
There we go.
Anyways, this Voice of the Risen's kind of crazy, actually.
A Voice of the Risen is a card that feels like it should be played more often than it is.
For Gift of the Magi.
True.
I can't believe you would spoil Gift of the Magi.
I gotta see, how old is it actually? Okay, a short story by O. Henry. Looks like it is 1905. So my turn of the century was correct.
Yeah, you had it.
There we go.
It's Blev, you haven't passed the 120-year mark that you need for spoilers. I can't believe it.
Okay, well, we'll have to put spoiler. We'll have to put a spoiler notification on the VOD to make sure that we're not. If anyone is planning to go into their 9th grade English class this week, boy, did I just ruin your did I ruin your week?
Yeah, is that an anime? Yeah, Gift of the Magi is actually an isekai. All right, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. TF.
I would go as hard as I possibly could to try to justify that. I'm not seeing it.
Blev, there's a TF in hand. Hey, let's look. There's a TF. He found it. He found TF.
Believe me, I would be ignoring what you're saying and trying to find a way to make Gift of the Magi an isekai. I'm not seeing it.
There's a TF in hand.
Chad, if you have an idea of how we can adapt the Gift of the Magi into an isekai, I'd love to hear the prompt.
I didn't mean it.
All right. Well, we might be going into the isekai of the next game here, as this chrono break is probably going to chrono break this game wide open. As we're pushing a bunch of damage, there's going to be trades.
I need to chrono break back to before I said anything about an isekai ever. Actually, that's what I need. No, I'm not repeating what production just said.
Production's trying a little too hard. Okay, he's trying a little too hard. All right. Believe me, if I could turn the Gift of the Magi into an isekai, I would.
Oh my god.
And believe me, I will, for 100 gifted... No, I'm kidding.
Stop. Stop. All right. Okay. TF in hand for 4LW. Voice of the Risen gone, so no more heavy, scary board for Beast Llama.
Is it, though? Is it gone?
Oh, there's the chrono break. That's right.
Is it gone?
We did talk about the chrono break. I got chrono break back to before we were talking about the chrono break, because I was trying to chrono break back before the isekai talk, so like
okay,
didn't realize
you were trying to chrono break back. Yeah.
So now we got the chrono break. And that's a little rough. That's a little tough.
Whenever you cast chrono break, you have to do the effect like it's rewinding time. So it's like, okay, let's attack with all of our units here.
Yeah, Beast Llama gonna attack for the first time this turn.
Yep, definitely the first time.
Yep,
There's no scout units here.
Replacing
so
the
clearly this is the
Echo
first one
with the Merciless Hunter.
Yeah, just go for max damage. I mean, this is going to be game here. There's no mana on the side of 4LW. Chrono breaking the match here. A wide swing for the very first time on the turn. That's going to be 4LW losing the first one.
If we were really on our game, Blev, we would have remembered everything we had said prior to the first attack and then just started saying it again.
And
going
just
back and
really
forth. If we were really on our game
next time.
Yeah, next time. Next time we see a Chrono break. Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there.
We have to, when we go, we need to mentally prep the Zillion Echo matchup so that we can remember exactly the conversation we were having.
just oh man, yeah.
I feel like we can do it.
We can do it.
We'll workshop it, but
yeah,
we don't need to worry about it this game because it did get the win here. This is 4LW. Same deck, running it back now against Scouts.
Yeah, we gotta find that floppy pile victory for 4LW. Does have the Nami and the TF and double flash. Okay, well this is, I mean,
pretty good.
This is a good hand. Scouts can be a tough matchup though.
Yeah, I mean MF on 3 on attack token. That's kind of the Scouts thing. There were no units played prior though, which is I think in the plan of Beast Llama anyway. We have that Shield of Duran that is looking to really punish any sort of play here that tries to kill the MF.
Preempt the flash here.
Ooh. I guess maybe thinking not gonna need the other, although actually no, you still get the progress. So
it works towards the Nami level. I was actually curious if he was just trying to fish for get excited fodder.
Could be.
That was like my thought process behind that, right? It's like, is he just looking for something that he can actually throw away with this get excited? Because the hand is too good, right? Like, there's just nothing you want to throw away. But, you know, Beast Llama still had 3 mana, and if you get sharp-sided, you just take 2 more damage for fun, I guess, right? Like,
okay, so here's my mad scientist play.
Okay.
You just attack with the Nami here. Is your opponent ever blocking? Like,
that's crazy.
Ever. And then you get to play 6 mana and just steal the MF.
That's crazy.
I mean that's mad scientist play for sure. Is it good? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, that's wild. That would be a crazy play.
Is your opponent ever blocking with their misfortune there? I mean, come on.
And then you just strong arm it? Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Chad is telling me strong arm doesn't work on champs. Never mind.
Does someone actually know? Yeah, I mean, it might be followers only. Strong arm.
I never. Wait,
if you're stealing, if it's stealing and it can't be champions. I think he's just like straight up can't steal champions in Runeterra.
Oh, that's a pretty fine design philosophy in general.
Yeah.
That would be so toxic. Are you telling me? Are you telling me that that's the only thing that's holding that card back? That if that card just let you steal anything, if strong arm could target champions, that it would be played. I don't know about that. Maybe. Either way, it is getting excited. Ooh, it would be even stronger than sunk cost. Okay, that's technically the truth.
I mean, have you seen the win rate on sunk cost?
I have.
That's kind of crazy.
Nia Moore keeps sliding into my DM saying that he's gonna make Ahri, Kennan, Udyr work.
It's crazy that he keeps doing it at like 4 in the morning too.
It's really awkward, but I enjoy it every time. Yeah.
I actually had a couple emails on my personal email. Actually, it's not listed anywhere. I don't know how he got it. But he keeps just having the subject line be sunk cost, and there's no actual text in the messages. It's rather ominous, actually. that he keeps doing that. But
what's even more awkward is I got the same notification in game, but the game I was playing, and I wasn't even playing it, I haven't played the game in probably 15 years, was actually Maple Story Original. Somehow found my old account, which wasn't even named Blevins, and I haven't logged into in literally 15 years, and somehow I got a notification in-game Maple Story 1 from a Neomore. Really awkward. It said sunk cost.
Yeah, I actually got a text from my former landlord that there was a piece of mail that had arrived by carrier pigeon.
It was really weird. I actually got a, I had an Amazon delivery truck come up to me, hand me a box. It had my old Nokia N-Gage from 2003, and the only piece of data on it was actually an email from a Neomore that just said sunk cost. It was really weird. I don't know how they got that N-Gage. I thought that thing was destroyed. Anyways, back to the match here. We have Valor taking out the Nami here. Burblefish reduced cost to 2, but we still have an 8-5 Twisted Fate. I think I broke Casa.
It's my favorite bit that we like do is the it's just, I just love it so much. It's just my favorite bit. I can't.
Wait, you were doing a bit? I was just recanting a tale.
Yeah. So this is a big TF.
Mm-hmm. It definitely is a large TF.
Okay, gets in for 8, and I think Beast Llama is just gonna be looking to go wide and try and win off of that with the MF and the scouts, but Forge Workers, God damn, they just keep showing up.
They keep showing up.
I mean, I'm not complaining.
I mean, I'm not complaining either. All right. Oh, sorry, my phone just went off. Oh, I got it's from a Neomore. I got an email.
Neomore again? Come on.
He got onto the broadcast.
I can't.
Wow.
Neomore.
Just said sunk cost.
You can't keep doing this in Neomore. Like,
we can't keep letting him get away with this. What? We do have, I mean, Cythria is cool, but there's basically everything blocks Fearsome, so it almost doesn't really matter. We can get a scout attack off of Quinn. I'm assuming that the second attack will level. The problem, of course, being there are answers to pop the barrier, so it's not really a safe attack at all.
Okay, yeah. And chat, if you're worried about did 4LW attack, he attacked with TF at like the very start of that turn.
Yeah, took 8.
He pushed 8 with that,
chunked,
and then he started looking for the rest of the turn. He just went for that open attack. So not to worry. 4LW had it covered. And now Beast Llama setting up the scouts, trying to get towards these level ups. I mean, that's the big thing, but there's no rally, so it is just gonna be the scout attack plus one more Death Ray. Mach 1 can deal with Valor, potentially. Now, of course, we see that Ranger's Resolve be able to stop that in its tracks.
How close are we to the Twisted Fate level?
So we have 3 draws, which is going to make it a little dicey, because I didn't think we were particularly close. So I think even with the rummage onto the stress defense right now, that's not going to immediately level us. But I guess it would be possible if we found an additional rummage. I think that could get us there.
Right. So break in case of emergency. We've got it.
Yeah. I don't have the exact number, though.
Rangers. Okay, so 4LW went to try to kill the Valor here with the Mark 1, which is probably fine because now we can break in case of emergency, the emergency being I want that Mark 2. I think, yeah, we would guaranteed get it, right?
Yes, because it's 3 draws. Yeah. So that's a really solid part of that.
Yeah. Do we not just block with Twisted Fate, kill the Quinn? I mean, maybe, is Quinn not leveling here?
Quinn should not.
Oh,
Quinn
okay.
should not level.
Quinn is off. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine then.
Oh, time trick. Okay, yeah. That's not getting TF there. I'm pretty sure it had to be a rummage to get TF.
Right.
And even then, he might still be one off of that. I knew TF was pretty far. Yeah, he needs 3 more. So, I mean, if he had found a rummage here, there would have been 3 more with that stress defense as well. Or stress testing.
Yeah.
Wrong stress.
I guess the problem would be, even if he leveled Twisted Fate here, we'd be out of mana, so it almost doesn't matter.
Comes down to, can we defend against this? I mean, we could probably not die, but the
MF is leveling.
decimating this board. Yeah, yeah, she is.
Oh, yuck.
Yeah, I mean, this board is just getting melted. It's gone.
Right. Yeah. Huh.
So you lose one of the champions. You lose the whole board. Maybe not the whole board. It's... How much do you have to lose here? You have 11 health to play with.
11, but it's actually only 8 because of the misfortune.
Can we keep a Burble? If we can keep a Burble and Nami, then maybe winnable?
Block. And if we just don't block misfortune, that's another 4. So we're at 4. We go block, block. And we can keep one champion.
Yeah.
Pick which one you want, I guess.
Yeah, you can keep both champions
5.
if you throw away the Burble, but I feel like you want the Nami Burble combo, right? Like that's kind of your win condition.
Right. Yeah, Twisted Fate, I think, did what he's going to do. Unfortunately, unless we have a pick a card like in waiting here, we're not in a good spot. Our top decks... I mean, there certainly are top decks that are fine.
Yeah. I mean, you actually just want rummage, right?
4,
because you have this
5, 6.
Stress testing, so it gives you 2 more cards and a spellcast.
Yeah, pretty much anything that draws cards. Rummage obviously would be the best.
Okay,
Twisted
blue card.
Fate is a card draw.
Yeah, because you can also play... Oh, interesting.
The problem with the Twisted Fate is it's now... The Twisted Fate would be
spells.
stealing buffs.
Yeah. Yeah, it would steal the buffs. Because you can just play the stress testing to give the buff to the Burble, but now you're fishing for a PNZ spell, actually, to win.
Yeah.
It's not bad. Not a bad line.
Mystic Shot, I think it's probably the best outs here.
You get 2 draws. You get blue card, right? You can,
blue card, what is
looks.
it?
Blue card and natural draw on the next turn, and that's, I mean, those are your looks.
Okay,
Ballistic Bot doesn't do it.
Ballistic Bot now opens. No, Ballistic Bot doesn't change anything. Get excited was already going to be there.
Yeah,
off the top.
Oh,
right, the Mark III. We knew it was there.
We knew it was there.
Oh, so close.
You totally forget about those. They always dilute your deck. It is. Oh no. It's why we always hate that card too. It's why we hate that card.
Yeah.
Okay, Beast Llama takes it down over for LW with the scouts. We knew this matchup was going to be tough, but 4LW held on for quite a while there, getting it really close. Came down to a draw. I guess it didn't really come down to a draw because we knew that, we knew that death ray was there.
We should have known.
Yeah, we should have known. Was enamored by Iniamor talking about sunk costs.
True.
Did show up, and he showed up in our Twitch chat recently talking about sunk costs again, so...
Yeah,
it just keeps happening.
He showed up after we went through the whole shindig, recanting all of our tales. Just completely missed it.
Hey, but end of the day, Beast Llama takes it down 2-0 over Floppy Pile against 4LW. Got both of those champions leveled up. Find that W. We'll be moving on to take on Mcantur, who Beast Llama has not played yet in this tournament.
Nope. But this is a rematch of our finals from last week, and last week we saw these two face off in the winners finals. Mcantur won. Beastlama gets dropped down, makes it back to the grand finals, bracket reset, and then does the full reverse sweep in the grand final. So perhaps, I mean, not animosity, but maybe a little bit of, wanting revenge for getting reverse swept last week.
You want the revenge. You always do. You got to get that, the beyond beef is here. They hate each other. They're he's so angry. He's got to take down Beastlama. Get the revenge, right? Anyways, that's the matchup we got coming up in just a moment here, but we're going to have a short break, Blev. Fight Night Legends Losers Finals, Beastlama versus Mcantur. Going to be right here for your eyes in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by the Blevins. Blev, we just got 2 more sets pretty much to go, 2 more matchups to go. We got the losers final coming right up. Mcantur versus Beast Llama. So I mean, let's take a look at the bracket real quick, refresh ourselves on the day, take a look at what we have done, where we got to, how it's going. Blev, I mean, you know, we talked about it a little bit, but go ahead, break it down for the people who maybe just joining us right now.
Oh yeah, well, we saw, of course, Mcantur and Floppy Mudkip make their way through on the winner's side. Mudkip able to take that one down to 2-1, which of course bumps Mcantur down to the losers bracket. Who Mcantur was our runner-up last week, but was on the winner's side last week, so in a slightly worse position than they were last week. But they are playing against the same player they faced in the finals and in the winners finals. That of course is Beast Llama, our returning champion. So one of them will be making back-to-back appearances, one of them will not. This is, again, we talk about this every week, but this is arguably the most important match of the entire event, because this is the one that gets you the invite back to the next one. There's Beast Llama, as we see here. Got a couple of interesting decks that we've seen here and there. Echo Zillion, we talked about before. Akshan Nar, the Admiral Aknar, as What Am I calls it. Very, very strong deck. And then, of course, the Scouts. Traditional, straightforward, good old-fashioned deck. And it's been working pretty well for Beast Llama so far.
Yeah, the Scouts looked really good in that previous matchup, and you know, in general, Scouts has been pretty solid, especially with the protection that Misfortune is enabled with the Idol of Duran, or Shield of Duran.
Shield of Duran, yeah.
Yeah, which is that's definitely helping out the list quite a bit. When you pull that off, you're able to play the MF, you're able to play Shield of Duran, and then suddenly this is just like an unremovable MF. She's going to level, and we all know how Scouts is when the MF is actually enabled to level up. Generally, it results in a win, so the fact that you can enable that more heavily is really insane. But here we are. Mcantur also having you know, relatively yeah, I mean, this is a more Demacia heavy lineup, of course, with the Lux Jace and the Pantheon Taric. We're playing Demacia in 2 of these decks, and then the Swain Gnar, expected to have a Gnar deck in most of the lineups. We see them in almost every single lineup, actually. I think there are
all of them except for
it's just Shotox, and I don't know if that
for Shotox.
Yeah, I mean, you know, hey,
we could have very well seen Gnar in 1, if not all 3 of those lineups.
Could have been 8 of 8 for sure. Yeah, arguably should have been 8 of 8. You know, but
yeah,
seeing a lot of Gnar decks. Mcantur having the Lux Jace, having a lot of success with the Lux Jace as well, and the Pantheon Taric has looked really good all day.
Yeah, I mean, Pantheon Taric, I think, you know, again, we're sort of in that, we're still, I mean, think about it. This is the first Fight Night Americas with the new cards, right? So we're still very much in a new meta. Of course, it kind of feels a little bit like forever if you've been playing ladder since last Wednesday. But, you know, we're very new on in the tournament meta. So a lot of these lineups are still being tweaked. We're still seeing the, you know, the real winners and losers from last meta coming into this one. Where does Gnar really fit in a lineup? Because of course you can build a number of different decks with Gnar in them, but you only get to use him in one deck in a Riot Lock format lineup. So figuring out where best to use the Gnar is gonna, you know, sort of pan out similarly to how we saw Draven before, where it was like, okay, there's probably, you know, 2 or 3, you know, various Draven decks that you could run him in, you know, pre nerfs. But really it's, you know, Ezreal Draven or, you know, Draven Scion, or, you know, insert other Draven deck that sort of is the de facto, and then you build a lineup around that or fit that into the lineup.
Yeah, I guess the biggest difference though is, you know, Draven specifically was pairing well with discard synergy, right?
Yes.
Was one of the big things, and Gnar, you just want in every Freljord Order Bandle deck.
Well,
because
okay, Gnar is only good in decks that want to attack with units ever.
True. Fair.
So, you know, if you're playing a deck that for some reason doesn't ever want to attack with a unit, you know, Gnar is still actually good, because even if it blocks, it still generates the Poké Stick. So, yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, the like really big control for Freljord probably doesn't play Gnar because they have better options, but you know, even then it's like
maybe
even
have
then
better
it's a
options.
hard sell because Gnar can give you Pokesticks, which give you card draw, which Freljord has historically lacked, right? Like that has been an issue for them. So
I will say I was watching Rattling Bones stream last night. Shout out to Rattling Bones, who is back. I don't know if he's back or if he was just you know, dipping his toes, but he was building a plunder deck sort of from scratch, or from, you know, his old, you know, untainted by what has been happening in the meta of recent. And I go, you know, this wants Sejuani because Sejuani definitely does a unique thing. I'm not convinced that Gangplank is better than Gnar in that deck. I mean, probably is, or at least is a little more powerful,
well,
arguably. But maybe not.
Just go Gnar.
Our Sejuani Plunder is unironically might be better than Gangplank.
But speaking of Gnar, Beast Llama does have this Gnar. Was able to find an Absolver off of Conchologist, which should be turned on very quickly by a Gnar.
Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about how dumb easy it is to turn on the Absolver with Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly quick.
Wow. That is just great. I love Gnar. I would just say, you know, if you like Gnar, you want to keep playing them as is, definitely get your games in now. I'm saying this without having any knowledge, or I have no insider knowledge as to what is or isn't happening. I'm just guessing something's going to happen with this champ.
All right, well, at least for now, the Gnar has been stopped in its tracks. And there's another one. Beast Llama finds another one. After the first Gnar is taken out.
Yeah, Gnar, you know, stats amazing, abilities amazing, level up easy and also amazing, generates spells that you literally put in your deck, and also, you know, gives Freljord access to Pokestick, which it doesn't normally have unless you're pairing it with Bandle. And then on top of that, the champion spell from Gnar is also super relevant. The Wallop is a card that, you know, a lot of times is just as good as Gnar is, or at least like opens you up to, you know, being able to defend or swing. Works well with Gnar because you can wallop the unit that's blocking Mega Gnar and get through overwhelm damage. Just, you know, it's a good card.
I mean, look at the little guy.
Changed.
The little guy, he's so cute.
He's so cute. How can you not love him?
Like, you can't nerf him, right? He's too cute.
Pokey.
All right, just gonna go Waking Sands. Try and create more pressure. It looks like Beast Llama gonna step on the gas a little bit. But this barrier does make the Gnar attack feel a lot worse.
Yes.
And another Shock Blast. Wow.
Shock Blast.
Gnar's
coming down.
Being denied, but Absolver could save Gnar. However, it would essentially just kind of throw away your Absolver.
Yeah.
In the sense that you won't get the effect that you were desiring from it. However, you could use it to keep a Gnar alive, and you've already lost one Gnar. You would need to find third Gnar.
Yeah, and the second Shock Blast might just be a bridge to Gnar for Beast Llama here, as Mcantur really getting ahead, clearing out a lot of the resources here. This attack does not look good at all. You can maybe chip in a little bit, but it will be at the cost. It would be at the cost of a champion. No good. Nothing on a bridge to Gnar. Yeah, just gonna chat. Nothing. Okay, that's fine.
Sometimes, Blev, I just have to let them pass, you know? For my own sanity.
It's okay. It's okay. It was a highbrow joke.
Yeah, very much so.
I got to say, we have seen a lot of Gnar. Not a single Gnar skin. I mean, come on. It's so good. I've been tweeting at Riot every month saying, shut up and take my money. And Riot, with the arcade event, said, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, bet. We'll take your money.
Yeah, I love the Anivia cosmetics. All the Gnar skin is amazing. Both MF and Quinn got amazing skins with level up animations. I mean, whew. Very good.
All right, but even though we don't have a Gnar on the side of Beast Llama, we do have some Rune Runners. We got some Overwhelms to try and get in for a little bit more damage. Board's already kind of wide, but there's a Lux for Mcantur.
We are a papercraft dragon from the game basically just being over. And I think it actually literally would probably end the game unless Mcantur has a way to pop the spell shield and still kill the Rune Runner.
Yeah, we sure are. We sure are. All right, Akshan gonna get pulled though. Still have this Absolver if we want to try and make the trade happen. Not my favorite use of the spell, because I know that Beast Llama probably still wants that Overwhelm, but I would kind of give up on the Overwhelm at this point. Yeah, I kind of like just trading down, just get rid of more of the blockers on the side of Mcantur. Getting a little bit closer to getting the Palace through as well. Oh,
and there's a papercraft.
Hey, what were you saying about that papercraft dragon?
Well, I was also saying that before the mana was committed and we could have developed a Rune Runner at the end of last turn, giving Mcantur an extra turn cycle and also not being able to attack with the Rune Runner this turn is making me feel less good about it in general. Could just be using this one to kill the Lux, though.
Yeah, you could attack this turn, right? Because we have to wait like another turn cycle to get the token back anyway, and we have second runner. So you can swing with this one. But I'm with you. Like, if you could have played the Rune Runner in the previous turn and then played this papercraft dragon, would have been much better, right? But we didn't know that was going to be your top deck. So understandable to play it the other way. Could have, you know, you can always think there, oh, play to your outs, but I don't know if this is exactly the only out, right? Beast Llama still has ways to control the board and control the game with these Rune Runners, with the Temple getting pretty close to flipping as well. Could just pass here.
I don't necessarily hate a pass, yeah. There's a lot of mana burned on the side of Mcantur.
With your hand, especially on the side of Beast Llama, I think it feels a little bit better to just take that pass. You can go another Rune Runner. Ooh.
Jace is sort of a natural counter to Spell Shield, as you're going to be double casting anything that targets, which means the first one will automatically pop the Spell Shield. The second will do its effect. Another Shock Blast would be, dare I say, backbreaking.
Yeah. You could say backbreaking, in fact.
Also, just the Jace spell in general, gonna be really good because, oh, by the way, you just get 2 lasers from Lux whenever you cast a spell that costs 6 or more with Jace in play. Which is, pretty good.
Okay, back to back instead. It's gonna be a huge buff to both of these. Get some lasers.
Now, there's a couple of directions we can go. We can just pull. Just attack now. Have a big Lux. I think this is fine for Beast Llama, actually. The plan is still the same. We're playing another Rune Runner. I think we probably just have to pass here. We can also develop this. We want we need the lasers to be used first before we develop this Rune Runner, because we don't want it to even have just the spell shield popped.
Yeah, and I mean, we have 10 mana next turn. So we can always play runner plus papercraft on the same turn if we need to. Now that this laser's been committed, I think you can start to play the runner, but the problem, of course, being that the spell shield can get proc for free. Just gonna be the double pass.
I love the play for Mcantur. I mean, it doesn't end up really mattering. It's not changing what Beast Llama is doing. Still has enough mana to do everything that they wanted. But killing one of those 2 units is not the most important here. Now, this does stink for Beast Llama as the spell shield is popped, but the papercraft comes down at unit speed, so the buff will go on regardless, right? So Mcantur would need a decent amount of stuff to actually kill this Rune Runner here.
Yeah, I mean, what's Mcantur got? Because the double attack and overwhelm on this unit, you can pull the 3/2, you can swing in. I mean, that's presenting lethal, but there's 8 mana for Mcantur, and it's just gonna be 16 damage thermo.
That works. That will do it. Okay, so even popping the spell shield didn't really matter, unless of course the thermo was what was drawn. But now, yeah, we can trade. They did change luck, so now that beam can go upstairs now. 14 open attack is looking at 9, 10, 11. Which means
I mean, if you can play any 6 mana spell, you're there.
And we know that there's one in hand because it's generated from Jace when he levels, so
yeah, Mcantur should be able to, I mean, they found it, right? They found damage needed.
Well, Rune Runner will actually will keep you alive. But not to another Shock Blast.
Yeah, there we go. Jace's Shock Blast from downtown fires away.
Yep.
Going to take down Beast Llama in game number 1, Mcantur. Picking it up once again with the Lux Jace, and it looks like the other deck available at the top left of your screen is going to be Gnar, which I don't think we've seen Mcantur play today. I think it has always been Pantheon and Lux Jace that we've actually seen, so this is the first time that the Gnar Swain is making it through. It's the first time that Gnar Swain in general is making it through on the broadcast today. And that's going to be fun for us to kind of get another eye on a different version of Gnar, because it's mostly been banned. But running Leviathan, we might get Giga Gromp on stream, Blevins.
Ooh.
That's all we've wanted, is Giga Gromp. I mean, look at this lineup. Forge Workers, Giga Gromp. I mean, what more can we ask for?
I mean, I would ask for, something else, but I've put so many resources into this that I basically have to keep going with it. I would be a fool to stop investing more into this bit since I've invested so much. Oh, wait, no, I'm talking about a sunk cost fallacy. Sorry. Oh God, Neomorph is communicating through me. Oh God, I didn't think it was possible. He's taking over my mind and still communicating sunk cost to the stream.
I thought you were gonna say he's in your room. Like, I thought you were like, oh, I turned. Neomorph's right next to me.
He's right next to me, feeding me lines. Anyway, we have Beast Llama on the Echo Zillion here, and of course that Gnar Swain. I have to imagine.
Oh,
I'm actually not sure how this matchup goes.
But Show Me picked up off of the predict, so we got the 1/3 block. Get a little chip on the Conchologist. Echo, there's already an Echo in hand, so not going to need that. Just more predicts. We're going to be able to get this turbo leveled up Echo into Voice of the Risen.
Yep, already have all 4. Voice of the Risen, again, a card that I feel like we should see more of, considering how strong it is, but it is a little bit... Well, it's in Shurima, which I think is a region right now that has just, to be completely frank, been has been overshadowed by Bandle City. Yeah. A lot of what Bandle does is what Shurima does, but it does it with more options, and it does it with more whimsy as well. Not the card whimsy, because that card sucks, but with whimsy in general, which, you know.
Whimsical region, we'll say.
It's a whimsical region.
When I picked music for the original Bandlewood seasonal tournament, I literally asked when I was being given a library, I said, just give me stuff that screams whimsy. That was the word that I used. So really is Bandle's kind of identity.
Gone are the days of Azir and Aurelia. Kind of. We did see a little bit of it. We did see a bit of a resurgence of it last season.
Yeah, if Darkodius isn't playing it, it's probably unplayable, so.
Well, it might. I mean, with the Ahri nerf, we haven't really seen any Ahri Kennan yet, so maybe that's the new pink yellow.
Could eventually make a comeback.
Of course, the true version of Ahri Kennan is pink orange, but you know, it's neither here nor there.
All right. There's the Echo level up. Just waiting for those chrono breaks to show up.
Nope. Waiting on the chrono breaks. Zillion is nice. Not really any value in playing the Voice of the Risen here, especially considering Mcantur's deck is basically just removal and damage and various mixes of both, so no real reason to play out the Voice of the Risen. It's not even doing anything, right? And there's Wallop, I believe, generated from Conchologist. I don't think that Mcantur is running Wallop in the main deck, though it's not unheard of, actually. That is the level to which we are playing the cards associated with Gnar.
It's not there, so it was Conchologist. I grabbed that.
All right. Scorched Earth. Gonna take out the Echo.
There's another in hand, though, so we're gonna be able to replay him. Zillion. Gonna hit the board, put the time bombs in, and immediately find some.
Yep. Did we take a time bomb? We sure did.
I mean, yeah, look at this
Pretty
board.
good against this board of excellence.
If we didn't, I think Bslam and I would have to have a talk after this one.
Right. Well, it certainly wasn't another Echo, I don't think. So the other option would have been Skip, which is not the worst, but I don't think would have been particularly good.
Yeah, it was a good block. Really snap block we see from Bslam. Greed out the HP, block with Show Me, and just time bomb this whole
greedy.
board.
It is definitely greedy. And it also is really representing a time bomb here. And Bslam says, yeah, you know I have it. I got it. It's right here.
Toad.
There he is.
Down. The Giga Gromp.
Giga Gromp. And all signs are pointing to us actually seeing the Giga Gromp, which, you know, he basically time bombs your opponent just on his own.
Yeah, but he's going to have to try and defend against this Voice of the Risen board. He's going to be able to block 1, so only 7 really represented coming through if you are to block the highest damage value unit with the Gromp. Gonna time trick, see what we can find. A Quicksand. Potentially a good pickup. End up skipping and drawing a drop border. It's very, very bad.
The worst, for sure.
Yeah, it might be the worst card that you can get because of the fact that drop border, like, you entirely just want to see in predicts.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Get the stun off the Echo. So strong. Another predict. Can we... Ooh, Absolver. That's not too bad.
Yeah, Absolver's interesting. There's a lot of damage on the Echo in particular because of the Voice of the Risen and just being high damage in general. Already leveled up, so it is turned on. Plus, you could play another Voice of the Risen.
Yeah. As it stands, though, there's not really an attack here.
Yeah.
We can go wide and basically sacrifice our whole board to get 3 damage through. That does not feel good.
Yeah, I mean, they'd mostly be trades other than into the Gromp, but still not feeling great. Now there's definitely not an attack, because Flock on Voice of the Risen just makes it so your attack is just that much worse.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another one in hand, so a little bit of a saving grace there. And we'll see if there was a skip or if there was a selection on that predict. It was Station Archivist, which does make sense, give you some more value, right? You get a 3/3, and you also are going to, you know, get that fleeting card.
Yep, just really want more looks at the Chrono Break here, as that is, on both offense and defense, just going to be, you know, the most broken thing you can set up. I imagine we'll probably see a chump block, though. This will put Beast Llama down to 7 if it's just the Gromp. That's not necessarily lethal range. Not like a reasonable lethal range, at least. Yep. Chump block. Puts Beast Llama down to 13. Yes, there's one fewer 1/3 on the board, but that's not really that big of a deal.
Yeah. Just feels like this is the only option. And we do see the block. Giga Gromp gonna get the 1 impact through. But we've got Voice of the Risen, Station Archivist as our potential plays.
I think Beast Llama is probably going to want to play the Station Archivist next turn, because if you find a Chrono Break, a fleeting Chrono Break, you kind of want to attack first, not necessarily use it as a rally. Another Giga Gromp on deck for Mcantur. I guess it doesn't change too much versus another giant unit.
Ooh. Looking to predict again.
I feel like none of those do anything. We could get another look at it. We could get another predict if we wanted. For Death's Hand, this makes me think there's some sort of either flock or other removal. Oh, or it's just Giga Gromp. That's right.
Yeah.
Our good friend Giga Gromp. Okay, took the right of negation. Ooh, that's not what you want to see here. Took the right of negation. Why? I guess to try to protect the Echo?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Drizzleoth brings up a good point where it could have been a skip and you just ended up with the right anyway.
That is possible, yeah.
Because I just can't really think of a justification for taking it. So I think that's potentially more likely.
That seems more likely to me, at least. Because this... Even if Echo was in hand right now, or in play still, this still does not feel good.
Yeah.
To have this Rite of Negation.
And I mean, it feels like Beast Llama's kind of at the end here, not really going to be able to find anything. And not hitting a rally this entire time, not hitting a Chrono Break. I think the big difference maker really needed to find that.
Yeah. 5, 10, 17. Like, if Mcantur took massively greedy blocks and just like left themselves dead to the Absolver, sure, but that's just not remotely close to happening. Yep, specifically, not taking the trade on the Voice of the Risen because of the, trying to play around the Chrono Break as much as possible. Giga Gromp is still alive. Yes, the 2 smaller units trade, but that's okay. Okay, just gonna try to push a little bit of damage, keep an extra unit alive.
Yeah, didn't look to try and remove the Giga Grump with that either, just pushing damage. Maybe looking for... Is there a spell out, potentially?
I think... Even if we kill
Mystic
Giga
shots.
Grump... I don't know, we're probably still... We're not good against the open attack regardless. Lock.
Another Absolver.
Depending on the top deck and if we get a top deck, the Absolver is certainly a way to push the last few points of damage. Leviathan, I'm not seeing it through the Leviathan.
Yeah. Beast Llama probably not going to be able to get through this one. There it goes. There's the stuns.
Yep. Merciless Hunter not doing it for sure.
Merciless Hunter can try and pull this. I mean, Absolver, right? Or
we'll be at 10.
It's enough damage.
Yeah, I guess technically does threaten lethal. Pokestick is going to put an end to that, though.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we do have the Rite of Negation. Wait, we actually need a way
for Mcantur to hit face.
Yeah,
Absolver can end this game. That's a lot of cards in hand for Mcantur.
Yeah, and now, another way to hit face doesn't do it. We needed a way to kill the Merciless Hunter. This is 8. Mcantur's at 7.
Wow.
Did Beast Llama find a way?
Wow.
He did! Wow!
We're going to game 3. Okay.
A way
that's crazy.
to do it. Wow.
We were counting that one out for sure, but end of the day, that Absolver pickup, because we knew the Absolver was coming soon because it was Station Archivist that pulled the first one. So we know there's going to be another Absolver.
I do think they fixed that bug, or at least they said they fixed it. I don't know if they actually did, but they said they did.
I didn't think that was a bug. Was that a bug? Oh, shit. Okay, well, might be. I thought that was just how it's supposed to happen.
I mean,
I haven't read the recent patch notes.
It's 50-50. It either is or isn't. We don't know.
But, either way, picks it up with that second Absolver being able to come through, find the victory.
Yeah, I mean, it was another Absolver and also the Merciless Hunter. Like, actually quite fortunate there, because obviously we needed the ability to pull the X2 there. So, hey, play to your outs and sometimes get there. Beast Llama forcing it to a game 3. All right, Akshan coming through. We've got the Admiral Aknar here versus that same Nar Swain. I don't think we saw Nar last game.
All right. Beast Llama on the Aknar. Against Swain Nar. All the Nars are through. A lot more Nar in this game than we've seen in many other sets. So many Nar bans. But yeah, like you said, we didn't see an Nar in the last one. Never showed up.
It's gotta, you play the gentleman's game. It's like, I'm not gonna ban the Nar, but don't play him. Okay.
Okay.
I'm sure that's what happened. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right, but this Akshan is actually getting very close to level up very quickly, and we've got that Absolver, so that Absolver is going to come online. Yep. There's going to be, you know, a Ruin Runner, potentially for more go-wide damage with the Overwhelms. Merciless Hunter to help set that up too. Islam is getting very close to just having that burst to get through this last 13.
Oh, chat is pointing out that there is actually a miss from Mcantur. So the voice of the Risen was stunned from the Leviathan, and we knew for a fact that there was a second Swain in hand because the Leviathan was played. So could have actually flocked the voice of the Risen to reduce the damage that the Merciless Hunter was doing, and actually would have survived. Wow. A little bit of a miss there, but either way, we're here in game 3. Akshan leveled up, but also Giga Grump leveled up here too.
Yeah, Akshan level 2. Giga Grump gonna come through, but we are looking at an Absolver online. Conchologist finds another Absolver.
Ooh.
These are enabled, and there's only 13 life for Mcantur. Merciless Hunters can help set up the targets you want to pull with the Overwhelms.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and we're going for the big boy.
Yep.
Feels a little risky considering Akshan is damaged.
Well, you can pull him away.
True. Oh, yeah, we can pull him with a Conchologist, and then we can swing with Merciless Hunter, unblockable, and then just send Akshan for value, potentially.
Yeah. Okay, there's Flock.
There's Flock. Just gonna let it happen.
Yeah, I feel like definitely not worth using your Rite of Negation on just a Flock at this stage of the game.
Could have fired both halves of an Absolver, potentially.
True. Very weak to a lot of other removal that Mcantur
can
pull off, though.
Yep.
Okay. Can I actually just push 8 unblockable with the Merciless Hunters?
Mm-hmm.
Sacrificing 2 units to do so. Well, 1 would be a trade, so not too bad.
Yeah. Seems fine.
This sets up so Giga Grump actually dies to a Merciless Hunter in the next trade, so very solid.
Yeah, Giga Grump's still vulnerable too. Not that that's super relevant in this scenario specifically, but it could be. Treasure Seeker certainly makes me feel like it is relevant. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 coming through. Okay, just skip block, go to 8. You know, not really gonna be able to reasonably kill me.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can say, oh, it's a little greedy to take so much damage against a deck like this that's Noxus. It has direct damage, but it doesn't deal. It's not going to deal 8 in direct damage here on, you know, from turn 7.
No fervors in the deck.
And Beast Llama is trying to kill on this next turn, right? This attack token is the attempt to kill. So Beast Llama recognizing that, hey, my best path to that kill is by keeping both of these Merciless Hunters alive.
Okay.
Giga Grump gonna put everything damage though.
Gonna make everything damage. Going to push another damage. Also going to be 7 health on the board to block, which is quite good. We are still potentially going to have. There he is. Now, normally there's not. You know, with the exception of Arachnoid Sentry, there's not a ton of development punishes. That is not the case in Mcantur's deck, as they're also running Noxian Guillotine, the old school, where you can really start just firing those bad boys off at every possible action. All right, Flock.
Very non-committal with mana.
Yep.
But Absolver can still threaten the lethal on the other side. Yep. And now if more is played on the stack, that's when you can put the Rite of Negation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also have at least another half of an Absolver that you can play, if need be. Oh, 2 more spells. This is exactly what Beast Llama wants to see.
Oh.
2.
It's juicy.
Oh, it's so juicy. Because that Flock is getting countered regardless of what happens after this. And now the second Absolver half is going to be lethal on the Merciless Hunter. Oh. And that's going to be it.
Oh, it's so brutal. Beast Llama, though.
Wow.
Barely finds the win in game 2 and turns it around, winning with that Rite of Negation in game 3, being able to stop 3 entire spells, wow. 2 Scorched Earth, and a Flock taken out by the Rite of Negation. Beast Llama going to move on to the grand finals to play against Floppy Mudkip.
Yep.
Get that rematch from the winner's semi.
Yeah, looking to run it back. You know, back-to-back champion. We haven't had a back-to-back. I don't think we've had a back-to-back champion in 2022 yet. So looking to be potentially the first back-to-back champion in 2022 for Fight Night here. And I mean, really, really solid play with some. We can't really call anything conventional or unconventional at this point, but you know, Echo Zillion probably not at the highest, not at the top of many tier lists right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think so, but you know, working out here in Fight Night, and I mean, I'm excited for the rematch because in the semifinal, Floppy speedrun this matchup against Beast Llama. I mean, this was over so quick, and I don't know that that's super representative of how this matchup should always go. I think that there were some really great hands from Floppy, some really good plays from Floppy, and on the other side, I don't think Beast Llama was able to get everything cooking. So I'm looking forward to this match to see if we can have the same repeat from Floppy or if Beast Llama will pull it back. But I mean, let's get into that match as soon as we can. We got to do a short break to set it up, but when we return, the grand finals of Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins and Blev. We've reached the tippy top. We got the grand finals. It's Floppy Mudkip versus Beast Llama. Blev, I'm excited. This is the rematch from the semis. Floppy took this one down in like 15 flat in the first bout between these two.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see if he can do it again.
This is a rarity. You know, we've seen, I want to say we've seen many combinations of, players playing against each other at various points and then meeting back in the grand finals. I don't know how often we see the played in the second round and then, Beast Llama making it all the way back to the grand finals here. Certainly not a common occurrence, but regardless, Beast Llama is back here again in the finals back-to-back weeks and is coming in from the same spot that they were last week, and in the same spot in the sense that he had played his grand finals opponent previously in the tournament and lost to them earlier in the tournament. So really the same exact, well, not exactly the same spot in the bracket, but pretty much the same position that Beast Llama was in last week, looking to run it back again. That would certainly, I think, be a first.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've seen someone lose to someone, run it back, win in the grand finals, and then the next week lose to somebody, run it back, win in the grand finals. Like, I don't think that's happened. So it would certainly be a first, but it's going to be quite the uphill battle against Floppy because the first match did look decisive. I did mention that I didn't feel like as decisive as that is really representative of how those matchups should go every single time you play them. But at the end of the day, Floppy is playing really, really strong on these decks. He's playing near perfect, especially on the Lulu Ahri. And so when he's playing like this, it kind of just comes down to, can you also play top of your game, right? First off, you need to be playing at the top of your game, but you also are going to have to outdraw Floppy at that point, right? Like, if he's playing this well, you need your decks to do what they do better than what his decks are doing, and you need to be playing at the top of your game as well. That is the nature of card games. And Floppy is just playing so well today. He's just on fire, and I don't expect him to slow down as we get into the grand final.
No, I mean, there are a lot of really good players. Obviously, both of these players are very, very strong players in Legends of Runeterra. Floppy is in an echelon of player that, you know, a lot of times will make plays that don't necessarily make the most sense to me initially, but I will almost always trust a play that Floppy Mudkip is making in, you know, almost any matchup, just because, you know, they play so precise. They have the macro game plan of what they need to be doing to win the matchup in mind at all times, from the opening mulligan till the very last turns of the game. And they're executing on that plan at all times. So even if they're making a play that's like, well, why in the world did that happen? This ended up resulting in nothing. It is likely because Floppy figured out a line that had a very low chance of actually winning, and they played to that out instead of making a play that maybe saved them for an extra turn but wouldn't actually win the game. And, you know, there are not actually a ton of players that play that well all the time. Floppy's certainly one of them, though. Yeah,
Floppy's crazy. Kid's cracked. He's really good at the game. He's very enjoyable to watch. I think people will find that if they haven't watched a lot of Floppy already. Any tournament you see him in, I would always encourage tuning in for Floppy matches. Oh yeah. You know, he's always playing a lot of decks that are very high skill as well. He's really good in the TF Fizz meta. Of course, Floppy Pile is, you know, a very high skill deck. We saw 4LW playing earlier. It obviously had really poor results in this tournament, but maybe that's why Floppy didn't bring it, right? Like, that's the deck that he is very fond of, and if he's not bringing it to a tournament, chances are he might just think there's a better lineup at the time, but it also just might not be in a great spot in the current meta in Floppy's eyes, and he, of course, is going to know that deck better than most others. So I do expect to see some really good play out of Floppy here, as we are jumping right in, and it's going to be Yordles in arms. It is Yordles in Narms, as we were calling it earlier.
Yep.
And we've got the Gnar in hand already to set up with the Grandfather Fae.
Yeah, the great thing about this deck is, you know, Gnar serves multiple functions, right? In this deck. Of course, does technically give you the Freljord proc for Yordle in arms, though. That's basically a novelty that there's actually a ramp up with Yordle in arms. It's always +4/+4. But it gives the deck an alternate win con if the board is really heavily dealt with, right? Gnar can do it on his own. We've seen that happen. I haven't really seen it happen in this tournament, but if you've played any amount of ladder, you've seen it happen, or you've done it yourself because you're a degenerate Gnar player like we all are. But, you know, outside of Yordle in arms, a lot of the units in the deck aren't the strongest, but Gnar certainly is. So you don't need to have a full combo to win the game with this deck. You can just sort of value out your opponent, chip some damage here, and then Gnar can finish it.
Scrying Sand's going to predict, try and protect the Feline and pick up a kill on to the Grandfather Fae. Not going to find a Hexite Crystal. Would be quite the high roll to pick that up right immediately, especially into a deck like this that wants to go wide.
I feel like somehow the game knows how impactful Hexite Crystal would be, and it prevents you from just having, like, game win. And I'm talking on both sides, right? Like, I have been playing aggro decks versus this, and my opponent puts like 2 Hexite Crystals in their deck, and they predict like 3 or 4 times and nothing. And I'm like, man, if they would have hit it on any of these, I just lose the game on the spot. I think the game prevents that from happening. This is my tinfoil hat conspiracy.
Well, I mean, the odds of actually hitting it are actually not high, right? Like, you put 1 card in your deck, you predict, and then you see 3, but it's 3 of however many are in your cards are in your deck, right? Like, it's always going to be those, like, same odds. It only gets better as you draw through more of your deck. So it's, you know, it is just low odds you hit it. It's definitely a high roll if you do. And if you do, I mean, a lot of times it just wins you the game in some of these matchups.
Yeah, and I guess predicting multiple times doesn't actually increase. I mean, it overall will increase the odds, but like each individual time is not an increased chance, right? So all I'm saying is it's rigged, and it won't let you win the game outright with it. Just saying.
No, I mean, definitely. Okay, so we get a Buster Shot onto the first Echo. There's a second Echo in hand. But there's also the ability to play Rite of Negation. Decides, okay, we've got the second Echo. We can let this first one die. Hold that right. Gets another drop border on the predicts. Still no Hexite Crystal, though.
Yeah, I guess I don't really want to Rite of Negation here. I think it is potentially higher impact later on. You do have the second Echo. I suppose if Beast Llama... I guess maybe just took the opportunity. You don't really need to use that predict there. I guess maybe if you wanted to cast it anyway, you might as well. But there wasn't a particular reason that I can see. Actually, I guess the reason is so that we see the Echo level up for the Absolver specifically, I guess is a reason. And Voices of the Risen. So I guess that does make sense to fire off the time trick there.
Yeah, I mean, looking for the Echo level up, but also just so that your next draw, you have it already shuffled in. The Chrono Bricks.
Oh, that's true. That is true.
And just increase your odds to draw into it.
Yep.
Give you one more look. And have to do it, of course, while Echo's on board, so that he gets that level up and goes through the motions there. Pokey Stick Face. Enable the Gnar. We're going Mega.
Yep. Floppy developing a Poro here. Gonna develop both, which... and maybe even all three. Yeah, I mean, you know, a good 15 damage on the open attack, plus the Gnar with Overwhelm. Pretty good.
There he goes.
This is the first leveled Gnar we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, actually, which is pretty interesting because it's very easy to level your Gnar, but
right.
It just hasn't happened. But here goes Daring Poro Yordle in arms.
Mm-hmm.
To set up for Floppy. Fortunately for Beast Llama, there is a Rite of Negation, so good thing we held on to that one.
That Rite of Negation has countered a lot and a lot of impactful stuff. At 10 mana, we'll still have Time Trick, plus Mystic Shot, or just develop the Echo if you want. Okay, can Time Trick into some... Oh, God. If Hexite Crystal was hit there, that would have been...
The snap pick, I was like, what card would you pick that fast? Yeah, Chrono Break. Makes sense.
Well, Chrono Break, yes, but also the Hexite Crystal would have been...
Right, if it was found, yeah, that would have been... you know, what's that word that you like saying? Oh, backbreaking. Yeah, that's what it
would have been. Backbreaking, yeah. Okay, and hilariously, Beast Llama sacrifices the vulnerable unit. Not that it really mattered, but...
All right. Gnar going back to Mini. He's all tuckered out.
Yep. Which, you know, you'd think is a downside, but now you just get Pokey Sticks again, so not too shabby. One of the problems with the Echo Zillion deck is that if your attack is not presenting lethal or putting opponent in at least into get excited range, you kind of have the luxury of hitting skip block a lot. Like you got a lot of, you get a pretty good amount of skip block equity because if they do rally, then you can start blocking and trading. Unless they have 2 Chrono Breaks, I think you're good. Pre-committing kills is also like before attacks happen is also good because now the Chrono Break would essentially just be reviving Echo and not actually getting a rally because this attack is only medium. It's still pretty good because it, you know, threatens to kill Gnar, but
Floppy can also, if he can just weather this storm, he can set up to just level Gnar again, right? Like he can Pokey Stick Face or Mystic Shot Face, and then just go into attack token with a leveled Gnar yet again with these Poros, just pushing even more damage, threatening lethal in fact, but of course there's still blockers, so it wouldn't quite get there. Just gonna let that go through. Not really a reason to block that 2 damage because the Chrono Break just, you know, there we go, here it comes, brings back an Echo. I just use the spells to kill it off because I guess if you just deal with the Echo, you've pretty much dealt with all the threat. and you can slowly win. You don't like, have to level your Gnar right now. And getting a pokey stick off of attacking with Gnar is not a bad thing.
Yeah, I agree. I certainly want to kill Echo because I don't like the Hexite Crystal is still pretty backbreaking at any point. So having one fewer predict is pretty relevant here for Floppy. Not to mention that you're either chump blocking or taking, needless damage. Zonite does not change much. Quicksand is pretty good against Gnar. So really all it's going to be doing is preventing a pokey stick and 4 damage. Which is still pretty good. Okay, Time Trick. Did not get a Hexite Crystal. Did get another Chrono Break, though. But no Echo to bring back. Probably, took the Voice of the Risen. This is about as much as you would expect to get if you're Floppy. Okay, certainly at least a little bit annoying, but still fine. Gnar will level up.
Yeah, he's gonna get taken out by this Mystic, however.
First.
Yeah. There's Conchologist.
Time Trick of your own. Oh, the Trixie Tentacles! You can make your opponent discard their last card.
Yeah, and if they're only on Show Me and Zillion, that's not gonna be good enough.
There's a pretty good reason to take Trixie Tentacles. Now, it is... you got to think about what cards is Beast Llama likely to have taken off the predict, because that is what the last card is, and Floppy technically could know that, or if their tracking hand should know that. So, would they take like Mystic Shot is a punish? Any sort of predict, I guess that's not Time Trick is also a punish, but any unit gets killed. Yeah, I mean, the Time Trick on the side of Floppy was still fine, but it felt like a pretty good Trixie Tentacles to take there. Okay, Time Bombs. If you go Time Bomb into Time Bomb, that's basically a Hexite Crystal. Okay, Voice of the Risen. Yep, attack doesn't make sense. You just block with the Poros that are already going to die. Our good friend Gnar is back. Oh, we could get a Hexite Crystal off of this predict. It's still backbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, if they find it, it just ends the game, pretty much on the spot.
We will still have Gnar. Okay, Ancient Prep. Didn't get it. Missed again. Now we're gonna be able to push with with Fizz and Gnar. Sure, why not both?
Yeah, I mean, you can go completely wide, right? We can play Telescope. We can play out our hand. Now you know every single card. There's no more cards for Beast Llama. You just play out your hand,
right.
See what you find.
Beast Llama.
I guess it's Hothead. I mean, sure. Unless you're just discarding it with your Zonite.
Yeah, that's probably going to happen. Although Hothead gets to attack into Voice of the Risen, so I don't hate it. If one of your champions dies somehow, even though it's not actually possible, it'll have 1/1 +1/+1. Yep, I like. No real reason to give value blocks with the 2 power units, and then okay. Floppy says, yeah, let's give the value blocks at the rate of some damage here. Actually, not going to be able to take as many value blocks as wanted,
you get a
and actually
from that. So
yeah. Oh right, because
putting everything through just puts it to 1, and the Pokestick finishes.
Because Gnar also generates a Pokestick. That's right.
Yeah, he does do that. Right? Kind of crazy. Like crazy that he does that.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Is there a card? Can you think of a card that would be better as a free generation off of a strike of a unit? Like that's an actual card you could put in your deck, not like Chrono Break or something like that.
Well, I mean, Mystic Shot's really good, but I don't know if it's better than Pokestick, right? Because you're drawing.
I also don't know that it's better than Pokestick.
Because I was thinking who else does this, right? Is Ezreal does it and Zoe does it, but they're both Nexus Strike that they have to do. First off,
they're both Nexus Strike, yeah.
And debatably, the cards they give you are actually worse than Pokestick.
Well, I mean, Pokestick is ran in just about every Bandle City deck, and I don't know that people realize that Super Cool Star Chart is a card that you can put in your deck. So I would say certainly better.
Well, yeah, you would definitely never main deck a Super Cool Star Chart, or you probably wouldn't. And then, I mean, Mystic Shot is in most PNZ decks.
That's true. It's close.
But like you said, Pokestick is pretty much in every single Bandle deck. So I'd say even then it's still better. I mean, we memed the Sharp Side earlier, right? So yeah, that would do it. That's up there.
Chad is saying if Gnar generated Gnars would probably be more crazy. I don't even know if that's true, because you'd only get Wallops, and Wallops, while good, I think Wallop's still worse than Pokestick.
Yeah, we actually have Lee Sin though from Floppy, unbanned. So this Beastlam is taking a different approach to the previous time that they played against Floppy, and they are netting. They're getting to play scouts into elite, right? This is something that you want.
I don't know if that's actually the case as much anymore.
People
in chat were saying,
right?
Yeah,
the Wounded White Flame. Yeah,
Wounded White Flame kind of changes this. Also, I don't know if I would take this situation of my opponent has 2 Eyes of the Dragon versus my Scouts deck.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that feels great. Certainly.
Right.
No, but that's true. That was something that we talked about, was the Wounded White Flame specifically helping to flip this matchup. I wonder how that stands with Idol of Duran too, or not Idol? It's Shield of Duran.
Yeah.
Idol was Galio's old ultimate, and it just stuck in my head.
I don't know where you're getting that from, but it makes sense. Also, chat is rightly pointing out that I completely forgot. Ezreal generates a fleeting Mystic Shot.
That wasn't the point though, right? That wasn't the point. The point was
even if it wasn't fleeting,
if it was a real Mystic Shot. And it wasn't even Nexus Strike, it was just Strike. But also, Ezreal would need 4 attack and quick attack, right?
Yeah, instead of elusive.
Sure, yeah.
Or 3 mana 4/3 elusive. Yeah. I would take that over.
Yeah, it was never an argument on is Ezreal better, right? No, absolutely not.
Very different.
It's more about if Gnar gave you a Mystic Shot instead of a Pokestick, would you prefer that?
I don't think so.
No, I agree. I don't think so. I think the card draw is better.
Yeah. I would rather have,
because it's a generated card that is then providing you card draw, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like it's replacing itself in the sense that you drew the card and then you played it and it replaced itself. You got the card for free, right?
Yeah.
And then it replaced itself with a card that you put into your deck.
Mm-hmm.
And it dealt the damage, which can turn on Gnar. So, hey yo,
Pale Cascade is one that is close. I think would be close if you generated Pale Cascades, and they were old Pale Cascade that gave +2/+1. Can you believe that card existed?
Rip Nightfall.
Yep. When is Nightfall gonna get buffed?
Okay, Sharp Sight.
Yeah, this as
gets an MF kill.
The dust settles, MF dead. Of course, so is 1 Eye of the Dragon, but. MF dead and 0 damage dealt to Nexus.
Yeah, and Floppy does have, he's got a pod in hand that's going to help generate some value, because right now Floppy, kind of dying for some value, does have Gifts from Beyond, and Pod. So gonna get, you know, 2-for-1s on a lot of the cards here. Concussive Palm is arguably a 2-for-1 too, right? Like you're getting value from the stun, plus you get a 3/2 body.
Yep. Yeah, and a well-timed stun can really be quite powerful against what Scouts is doing. Also, like, pseudo counters a rally, potentially. Like, right now, there's not really, like, Quinn can attack into this, but there's really not anything else that is even looking to attack here. Okay, Cythria does change that, but Concussive Palm puts a stop to Cythria as well.
Yeah, gonna have to stop that Fearsome this turn. You would prevent you from blocking whatsoever. You need to slow that down.
Yeah, and when your Scout's opponent on turn 6 plays a Cythria the Bold and then just passes the turn, it can't feel too bad if you're Floppy.
No, and the thing is like, Floppy doesn't actually need to play the second spell here to trigger the Eye of the Dragon. He's going to, right, but it's not actually necessary. He's at full health.
No.
Going into an attack token, so he doesn't need the eyes there. He actually wants it on the next turn. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't want to play a full costed deep med, so I can understand that.
Okay, Solari. Pretty good. But Lee Sin, still nowhere to be found. And while the initial Cythria attack was thwarted, there's not a ton to be done against this next turn yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is rough, right? Like, we know Beast Llama is sitting on another Cythria in hand. So, 2 Cythria swing in. That's just gonna be curtains for Floppy, right? You have 1 blocker at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Odd makes it 2 blockers. Still probably not enough. At least you've got this, you know, Concussive Palm, so you can try and stop a little bit of it, but you can't stop the Fearsome from being granted.
Yeah. If there's no Scout attack, open would be 3, 7, 10, 14. So we could open for 14 right now. Well, we'd have 1 blocker, so actually it'd be less than that. The Floppy not necessarily dead. It's certainly less now with the Pod out as a blocker as well. 2 Cythrias, though, certainly not good. We're now looking at 4, 9, 13, 18.
With a rally.
We're blocking both. And a rally, yeah.
But, you know, at least Deny is going to cover that.
Deny will cover that. Concussive Palm will also be able to stop some of that as well. Love the Pod attack. It's basically a free attack. If they want to block with Cythria, great. You now get to Twin Disciplines it. It's fine. And everything else just is a chump block. All right. Oh, no Dragonlings. Not that the Dragonlings were super useful anyway, considering the Fearsome.
Okay, so I mean, you have the Fearsome blockers, right? We've got the Pod. We have the block from the Tail of the Dragon. We can block again with Conch Bomb. You have Deny for one of the rallies, but now there's 2.
I was going to say, so you found a second one.
That might be able to just take it down. In fact, it should.
Yes, unless... even if, well, because now we rally, we now get to, with the fearsome blockers gone, we now also get to scout attack too. So it's kind of,
yeah, I mean, I guess
even more.
What, we twin here to kill off Valor. We stun Quinn with Conk Palm, and then that like prevents the scout attack from like leveling Quinn, and then you just like taking damage from Cithria. You block one, you live on like one, I think is what happens. But I'm curious what this line is going to do too, because you're keeping a blocker alive. And also
Keeping
that line
alive,
is assuming you know that there's 2 rallies in hand, right? So
right. Puts us to 8. Yeah, I don't think we're getting through 2 rallies.
Crazy thing is, if Floppy somehow could live through these 2 rallies and then top deck Lee Sin, he actually might just win.
Right.
He probably wouldn't actually have enough mana to win, but it'd be real close.
Rally, attack, block. Yeah, we're super dead.
Yeah, you even get discarded attack with the Quinn.
Yep. Super dead. Yep.
There we go.
There it is.
So already better for Beast Llama than the first set against Floppy.
Yep.
Where there was the 2-0. The ban strategy maybe just being better this time around. Putting Floppy on Lee Sin, taking him off of the Lulu deck that we had, talked about how good Floppy was playing on. And I guess this is just going to be the way that Beast Llama tries to turn it around, and it's working so far. But can you 2-0 the Lee Sin? That's the big question. Floppy didn't even find a Lee in this game. Beast Llama, did you catch the other deck that Beast Llama's got?
I don't know what they have left.
Did they play Zillion Echo in game 1?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
so
okay, yeah. So Zillion Echo, that's right. Yeah, I was like, yeah, players don't swap that often, but yeah, it was a swap from.
I was like, wait, I feel like we've already seen a game. It wasn't with scouts.
In here, it was the Lee Sin games just take so long that we forgot.
Oh, he chrono shifted us back in time. We forgot that we had already watched a match.
Yeah.
Floppy only keeping a gifts. Makes sense.
Double gifts.
Lee Sin mod check. Double gifts is quite good. We'll certainly say that. Drop border coming in for free.
Yeah, I mean, Beast Llama can play very aggressive with this deck, and with this hand getting an early Echo level. Floppy does have answers to the aggression, though, of course, with the gifts, but needs to find Lee Sin at some point. This is Zoe at the very least.
Barrel. All right, we have a champion locked and loaded here. Imagine we're just gonna see a gifts. Grab the crescendum.
Yeah, the thing is, this actually opens up a really solid time bomb response. Just gonna be able to kill off Zoe in that way.
Yep.
Oh, wow, okay.
Ooh, not going for it. Okay, this basically does the same thing, except now there's the old Zenith Blade.
Yeah, I mean, this Zoe might become a win con. Feels like that was
looking
an
at the hand of
opportunity
Beast
to
Llama.
kill it off.
Looking like it is likely. Of course, we do have leveled up Zillion here. I don't know how Dragonlings interact with Time Bomb. Or did we just see it? I don't know.
No, that was a double Time Bomb, so it insta blew up.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Here we go. Zillion
Double
level.
Zillion. We have another in hand.
You do not see very often, actually.
True. All right, now Value City population Beast Llama so far as everything that is played, we're going to be getting fleeting copies. The classic floppy Mudkip hand count.
Yeah, just gonna keep trying to get value out of this Zoe. Another predict coming through.
Yep. Love the Equinox here. It's always going to have a target in Voice of the Risen, which is really basically the only thing you care about. And, you know, it's never going to really catch you off guard. You can pretty much always keep 1 mana back in case it comes out. And, of course, it is a, you know, a permanent silence, so don't even need to worry there.
All right, leveled Echo. Chrono Break's going in.
Now, I wonder if we're going to commit Moonglow here or not. So, like, Floppy says no.
Just going to wait. Additional turn. Got the fleeting copies coming through from the Zillion.
All right, Merciless Hunter. Don't know if Mudkip is actually able to protect this Zoe now.
Should be able to with Twin. You can cast Moonglow here, and then you'll be able to play for Twin. Now that's just for 1 turn, right? That we're gonna see potential protection.
Right.
Also, if both halves of Absolver are cast, that might end up being just far too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a feeling Mudkip is gonna give up on Zoe here.
It's likely. Comet for Echo, maybe? I mean, it's expensive.
Comet also, well, I guess there's not enough mana to cast the other Echo. I was going to say, we know, Mudkip knows there's another Echo in hand right now, or fleeting one, but can't cast it. Would really have loved to find a Lee Sin tutor. Or at least a slightly better than a 50-50 to get a Lee Sin.
That's always so close to leveling. So close, but so far.
6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think we have enough mana to play.
She's pulled a Zillion. You actually do keep her alive here.
Oh.
I think you play to keep her alive.
Yes, I think so too.
Like, Llama can commit Absolvers into this if they want, but if I'm Floppy and I'm pulled with just a 2 attack, and I've got my 4 or my 4 away from leveling Zoe, it feels like I go for this with the defenses I have.
Yeah, because Zoe is a very legitimate win con in this matchup. The lifesteal is basically going to be good the entire game. And then if you ever hit elusive, there's not really anything they can do about it.
Wow. Floppy's 1 mana from guaranteeing this level.
Crazy.
And he knows that Absolver actually counters his next play. If he could play both halves of Sonic Wave Resonating Strike and one more thing that he hasn't played yet, he'd be fine, but he's 1 off on Pale Cascade plus that.
Unfortunate. All right. Well, we're back in hoping to draw Lee Sin at some point during the game. Honestly, if Floppy does, they're in a pretty decent spot here.
Yeah, and they have all the tools to just like kill with a Lee Sin. Like they just get a Lee Sin.
Yeah.
They've got Overwhelm for him. They got a bunch of attack buffs.
Yep.
And a Moon Glow to get the Dragonlings online.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Doing a little slow calculation from Floppy, seeing what's been played, what is still actually in Beast Llama's hand, because there are still 3 fleeting spells. One, of course, to know is Absolver. The other, there's the Echo, and also is another Predict here, but not looking like Beast Llama's going to want to play it. Probably would have wanted to Predict before drawing a card. So maybe not. I guess this gives you better chances at drawing the spell that's put into the deck.
You did the Parallel Convergence, so just trying to find that.
Yep. Oh, drew an Echo spell here, Chrono Break. That is not actually a lot of mana though. So could play Chrono Break just for a rally, and then also use the both halves of the Absolver, and then open attack into you're getting a fleeting Chrono Break next turn.
Yeah,
that's not too bad.
It's a decent line. I mean, it would get nopified, I think, but
yeah, almost certainly.
From Beast Llama's perspective, that seems pretty reasonable. Go for something like that. Keep the pressure on. Because Floppy, I mean, has to find Lee. And this is 2 games. No Lee.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and going for... I mean, it's not wrong to go for these, the challenge here. But it... Well, actually, no. I guess with the Nopify, this makes a lot of sense. This could just be... Echo. This is likely just going to be echoed down.
Yeah, I can use the Quicksand, maybe?
Yeah, I could use the Quicksand. Could also use the... Oh, the problem is you need to pre-commit the Quicksand, because if you're relying on the Chrono Break, you're going to have your heart chrono broken by this Nopify.
Chrono Break into Nopify. No Rite of Negation in hand.
Could draw another one off of the Time Trick.
Another Fallen Feline gonna come down, so there's more
outs to draw broken stuff with the Chrono or with the Time Trick. Nope. Well, could have gotten the Chrono Break because that doesn't automatically go to your hand.
Parallel Convergence.
Parallel Convergence, pretty good. It just puts an ephemeral copy of everything into play attacking, I think.
Yep. Ephemeral copies attacking. And with these fearsomes, that's gonna be really scary.
Yeah.
No way to block that. Pushing so much damage.
And oh, by the way,
there he is.
There will be another, and also the wait. Oh, you still get the fleeting Chrono Break even if it gets countered.
I guess so.
That I did not know. That is, I think they call that nutso butso.
I mean, is Floppy dead? Like, this is so much.
Probably. I mean,
I guess you lead with Convergence.
Lead with Convergence. Say, what do you got? And then, I mean, Floppy should actually know that there's a Time Break in hand, or Chrono Break in hand, just from the fact that there's an ephemeral card. Stun doesn't even matter. Lee Sin can try to come down. Just on the perfectly wrong turn to draw Lee Sin.
Wait, is Floppy... He's gonna go down to 5? And then play Lee, and then... So it's Lee, and it's... Palm.
Okay. We still have effective life gained with the eyes here, and if the Beast Llama is only attacking with the fearsomes, we have a Pale Cascade.
That's true. That is true. Lee and Palm. So, I mean, Floppy just has to live, right? He knows there's this Chrono Break too. He has to live through this attack. He has to live through the Chrono Break. If he gets to the next turn, he has all the tools to win with Lee. And Beast Llama's deck doesn't have a great way to stop it. Quicksand.
There's one more Quicksand left.
Quicksand is a great way to stop it, actually.
Oh, no, there is a Quicksand still in hand, yeah.
Never mind. That's actually true. Has a very good way to stop the Lee. So then Floppy will have to live one more turn after that.
It's asking a decent amount.
So, like, this first block is great. But the problem is it's chrono broken.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I guess in response to the play, you can Conk Palm the strongest unit. Gives you another fearsome blocker.
Yep. We're gonna predict no okay, Echo, Zillion, and a Chronomancer. Not going for the Chrono Break. Just gonna kill the eyes. Okay.
Is that right? Doesn't just Chrono Breaking kill the eyes?
I mean, I'm not here to do math.
Look, I don't know how this works. It's too much. A lot happened this turn. There's got to be some reason that Beast Llama didn't do this. It seems like such an obvious play, right? But maybe not.
I guess it's possible that the Chrono Break brings back ephemeral units. I don't know how Chrono Break and Parallel Convergence interact.
Yeah, well, Beast Llama got a Parallel Convergence back. Doesn't have much of a board to use with it, though. Floppy Lee Sin is so low, but at least able to get the barrier up. Time Bomb will be able to kill off this Lee Sin potentially, unless you find a way to heal it up.
Well, and we also used a non-Daybreak Zenith Blade to save an Eye of the Dragon and not on Lee Sin. There's a crystal.
Oh, okay.
And we're going to have another crystal next turn, too.
I think chat's talking about it a little bit here, where it's like you needed to reorder the first attack or your board so that when you Parallel Convergence, it puts the strongest units first. I think it makes a difference here.
Interesting.
I don't know. It's very confusing, and I don't know exactly what we would have seen if he had cast Chrono Break, but it seems like Beast Llama did and didn't like what it was going to be.
Right. Okay.
So kick coming through from Lee, going to kill off Zillion. The Quicksands are being held for when this is actually a lethal threat.
Mm-hmm. And how about another Zillion?
Looks like Crystal is in hand.
Yep. Time Bomb is just going to kill Lee Sin, right?
Yeah.
This is not looking good.
Floppy knows there's a Hexite Crystal, so he knows, like, it's really doomed.
Oh, we got another chrono break as well.
Yep, and a Absolver. I don't think Floppy's going to be able to defend.
Yep. There's the crystal, and with Zillion, that means there's going to be another crystal. That's if there's even going to be another turn, which it's not looking like there's going to be with this Absolver and the chrono break. Which means, Casa, Beast Llama is on pace now to do the same thing they did last week. Lose to a player 0-2 in the open rounds. Come back, make it to the grand finals. Do the bracket reset, and then it will be one set away from repeating exactly what happened last week.
Yeah, I mean, Beast Llama really pulling it off. Go for that double Absolver. Threaten 6. It can be a guiding touch to stay alive. But I don't know if this is saving you at the end of the day. I think Beast Llama should be able to take this and just changing up the ban strategy from earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Making all the difference.
Yeah,
Lee Sin faltering. I talk a ton of trash about this deck, and I'm justified again.
Yeah, Lee Sin getting 2-0'd as Beast Llama forces the bracket reset, and now this is the final best of 3. Whoever wins this best of 3, they are our Fight Night champion.
Yeah, I mean that's it, right? Like we've got one last set between these two because that is the bracket reset from Beast Llama, and just popping off. They had a great week last week. Once again, showing up, showing off. Zillion Echo being the big deck they brought this time around, and it's a fun one to see kind of coming into the meta, being something that a lot of people memed on for a very long time. And of course, new meta, new set. It's looking like it's a very strong choice that you can make.
Yeah, I mean, it's a deck that it's come full circle, because I think when at least Echo first came out, it's like, oh, well, let's just jam every card that says predict on it into a deck. And it's like, well, that's not really that good. And it's like, well, that actually is good, but also if you have Voices of the Risen and Absolvers to back him up, then all of a sudden you've got a real deck here.
Yeah, no, I mean, it really has been working out all day for Beast Llama. And they're going to hope that it works out one last time here at the end of the day. Find one more win against Floppy. Just need to take down 2 more victories. Got to win with both decks. Scouts worked out great last time. Let's see if the ban strategy changed for either player this time around, as it is just going to be a rematch of what we just saw. It's going to be Lee going up against Zillion Echo. So at the very least, these 2 decks are still in here. But maybe Floppy swapped their ban, unless they still want to see Scouts.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm taking a look at Floppy's.
Is he even running dragons? That's like the big
question,
right?
Only 2 of, though. Only a 2 of. So I guess probably still doesn't stand to reason that we've seen so few, but it makes sense that we've seen fewer than we might.
Well, how many Lee Sins is he playing? Like 1?
He is on. Actually, he's on the Singleton. Yeah, just 1 Lee Sin. It's actually 3 Zoe, 1 Lee Sin, 2 Gnar somehow.
Okay, Scouts was the ban from Floppy.
Okay, so did change it up, which means Beast Llama's remaining deck is the Admiral Aknar.
That's Admirable
Paper Crab Dragon.
Aknar.
Yeah, that's Admirable Aknar. Yep. All right, Floppy needs to get over the hurdle of the Lee Sin. Did not get a single win. I mean, we have not seen it get a single win today, I don't believe. I mean, this is the first time we really saw it at all. It got O2'd.
Yeah, I mean, deck sucks.
It's definitely...
just beats itself. All the time.
It does sometimes.
Maybe I just cursed the deck when I cast it, actually. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm the problem.
All right. To the surprise of no one who has seen this deck yet, we have a very fast Echo level up. Can't wait to play that Echo, that new Echo game that's coming out. Like a action platformer that utilizes like the time manipulation of Echo. Looked pretty sweet.
And that sounds hype. I actually didn't see the news on that at all. I got to check that out.
Yeah, they like previewed it at the like Riot 10-year thing a while ago, and then they had a little bit of an update that I think they changed the direction on it a little bit, but it looks really sweet. Yes, Convergence, I think is what it's called. Yeah, that's what chat's saying.
That's pretty hype. That's exciting.
And also, Echo looked pretty sweet in Project L as well.
True. True.
Which I also want to play. I want to get really into it, but be just so bad and frustrated, and then never actually end up playing it again. But that's exactly what will happen. Like it does with every fighting game for me.
So like, if people have recognized that I'm a little off my game on this set, I've been playing a lot of Warhammer recently. You know what'd be sick? Total War Runeterra.
What is the genre of Total War?
Total War? God, how do you describe that genre? It's like a war game, right? Like you're commanding just legions of armies in like RTS style battles, but the macro game is more like a 4X.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
That could be cool. I mean, it would probably... I'm wondering, like, what battle you would actually do, right? Like, it would be Noxus versus
Noxus,
someone,
Ionia,
right?
Shurima, Demacia. Like, there's so many factions that have, like, armies and things and built over. And it would like, because Warhammer does it, like, they have magic and stuff in it, too. Like, the commanders are incredibly strong, and that could be, like, champions.
Oh, that's cool.
Be kind of hype.
Swain War Crime Simulator.
Okay. God, chat.
I'm in.
Chat, calm down.
I'm in. No, I want to play that game now.
Beast Llama just rallied, though. So we just chrono braked just for the rally. Gonna try and get very aggressive into floppy before we get these Dragonlings.
Yep. Also, not nearly... I'm seeing multiple flashing arrows on Zoe. Not really looking like there's a good way at all for Beast Llama to deal with this Zoe. Which means we may very well... Beast Llama may very well have to deal with lifesteal board the rest of the game.
Well, and I think that's one of the big reasons that we saw Beast Llama go for that rally. Just like trying to get as much pressure out as possible, as quickly as possible. But I actually don't think it's going to be enough. It's not really going to pay off, I imagine. But we still haven't seen a Lee Sin, so that's, you know, going to have to rely on the Zoe.
Yeah, but we also...
Oh,
well, okay. A, there's Lee Sin. B, we also have the Trickster, so we'll be dealing with not only lifesteal, but also elusive board as well for Mudkip. This is actually somewhat of a risky attack unless you can level Zoe at burst speed. Scrying Sands to pop the spell shield, and then I'm imagining the quicksand here. Does this turn off her level up, the ability to level up too?
It doesn't remove... Does it remove text, actually?
I don't know.
Because we still see the arrows, and normally you wouldn't still see the arrows.
It's just not even going
it's
for
keywords.
it.
It removes keywords. That's it,
keywords, right.
Yeah. So it wouldn't stop her level up.
Okay, but maybe he just was not able to get it there.
Yeah, had Floppy already played some of these burst speed spells, were they not going to be able to get there? That's probably what happened.
It's possible. If we weren't talking about Swain War Crime Simulator, I might have gotten there.
I think also Floppy just has this Lee Sin, so he knows that that is a better win con anyway.
Right. Ooh, Zon army with Singed as a commander. That seems pretty horrifying.
All right, Quicksand, you probably want if you expect Lee Sin to be there.
Right.
I'm gonna go triple I onto this defensive turn.
Okay, having a little bit of
stutters.
Lag. Yep, we're gonna jump over to the other side here. No worries. Oh, we're on Beast Llama's side. Yep, just get a good old-fashioned free time trick.
Yeah, I mean, we have another Chrono Break. We can go aggressively for that. Time Bomb picked up. Can at least try and push some damage, try and put some threat onto these eyes. But it's not really enough yet, right? Like, it doesn't actually kill any of them. There we go. Lee finally comes down. One Quicksand for Beast Llama to try and buy time.
I'm wondering if Beast Llama can set up the Quicksand to stop the Lee Sin kill, threaten Lee Sin. And if I can't imagine that Floppy is going to be pulling the Echo, though maybe he does. The Quicksand would stop the kick, I believe, if Lee Sin has 0 attack. And if that's the case, then Echo would actually kill the Lee Sin.
I mean, it's buying a turn. Quicksand is always buying a turn.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Lee will not overwhelm, will not kill through.
Yep.
Leveled up Zillion. Got the Chrono Break still to try and get the rally. Guiding Touch, just gonna stay out of range of the time bombs. Gonna pull Zillion.
Yeah, makes sense.
There's the kick. Just gonna threaten the 10. Not going for the lethal just yet, knowing that Quicksand is an option that can be in Llama's hand.
Yeah. Okay, and Llama's actually just going for it now. Interesting. I guess this keeps the Zillion alive, or at least just puts it in hand. Taking only the 1 damage. Replay Zillion, gives you another predict, gives you more time bombs, potentially.
Rite of Negation's an interesting one that could be taken. Gives you another way to stall the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Stopping a kick.
And with the cards in hand... Okay, I'm assuming this is probably on the Echo. Could also just be on the Zillion. Hopefully we'll get off of this hand at some point. Oops. Just knocked over my entire water bottle. Luckily it was closed, but it was like, it like shook my whole house. It was so heavy.
It's an earthquake caused by the water bottle.
It was.
Was the Zillion that was killed off by the comet.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Echo's really not doing a ton, I suppose. Pulling the Lee Sin on a unit that Beast doesn't particularly care. Dies. All right, gonna push 4 here. We do have a chrono break ready if needed.
Yeah, may end up wanting to look for that rally, but Floppy still has the ability to block into this. I'm curious if he does actually have a concussive palm. This looks like this is setting up for a chrono break.
Okay, Deep Med maybe looking. This is going to be 6, so 4, 8, 10. I think this is actually 10 damage going through now. Oh, no, this is actually lethal. It's 6 plus 4 plus 4 is 14 minus the 2 that's going to be gained. This is actually threatening lethal.
Wow, just a Twin Disciplines.
Yeah, has to.
Try and get that extra lifesteal.
Yeah,
but I mean, we still have the chrono break.
Yeah, chrono break is certainly going to be re-threatening lethal.
I mean, it very much just has to be concussive palm.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like you would play that earlier, unless maybe, I mean, Floppy's just trying to bait this out. Could just be an Opify, though, or full-on deny.
Sure.
But Rite of Negation.
We do have red negation. We can also time trick. Okay, just gonna go for the right though. I feel like this time trick is getting cast.
Yeah.
Either way, doesn't matter. That's gonna be it. Game 1. Going into Beast Llama and
Lee Sin
could we see
0-3. Lee Sin 0-3. Is it gonna get 0-4? The only time Floppy has played Lee the whole tournament.
Yeah.
It's been banned every single series, and then finally, like, Beast Llama's like, wait, this deck sucks. Doesn't ban it. Beats it 3 times. Look, it's terrible. I'm just a Lee hater. Deck sucks. Can't win. Unwinnable.
Not even close. Not even close.
Majin brought Lee. Lost. Floppy brought Lee. Finally plays it. 0-3. I don't know.
True.
Why are people scared? Just beat it.
Just win, Forehead. Easy. Well, Floppy swapping decks, wants to get something going here, but Beast Llama needs only to win the Admiral Aknar. There we go, combo. We've got Papercraft Dragon. We've got a unit with Overwhelm and Spell Shield. That's really all you need. Honestly, Lee is so bad, they not only need to not nerf I, they need to rebuff Lee back to 4 mana.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
If Lee was 4 mana, would Lee even be better than Gnar is the question.
If he was 4 mana?
He's
I mean, you still have to draw him.
Right? All right, Beast Llama looking to get some chip in. Oh no, I'm getting the question marks from Kavira. I don't think that Kavira was in here for our long discussion on Gnar and how much of a meme I just made. Oh no. Oh no.
I think Lee Sin should give you a pokey stick on his attack and also the kick activation.
Okay, what would be better if when Lee Sin kicked, it did the kick that it currently does, or if it just cast a pokey stick onto your opponent's Nexus? I don't know what would be better.
Might be better, actually. Just cast a pokey stick.
I mean, it draws you a card. Lee Sin currently doesn't draw you cards.
True.
What if you
Speaking of Gnar, though, there's the Gnar from Floppy. Merciless Hunter answer, give it a vulnerable. But it still gets his attack. It's generating a pokey stick. He's doing his little job.
Sure is.
Look at him go. Getting those pokey sticks.
Yep. Yeah, none of these. I mean, this 2-1 on a 2-2 block makes sense. Could pokey stick the telescope if we really wanted to. Doesn't really make sense to, though.
All right, now it's going to be Mega Gnar. Even though the vulnerable is there, not going to just immediately die. Would have to invest more resources to actually deal with this Gnar.
Yep. Are going to be able to... And you can at least pull with the already vulnerable one, so that's good. You can kind of choose which one dies.
Yeah. I mean, you can trade Runner into it if you want.
Yeah.
But it feels like you want to keep Runner. Like, I'd rather probably go Runner into Telescope, push the damage, and then, like, just Pokey Stick with the other, like, vulnerable Merciless Hunter, I guess.
Too. I like that, too. Especially since we can develop another Runner next turn, and then on attack. Or we could develop Papercraft, depending on how the turn plays out on Floppy side. That kind of stinks. Because now we're still pushing 5. Okay, no, we're actually just going to go for the... Actually, just going to go for the Gnar kill. Okay, down to 9, though. Papercraft on Rune Runner is going to be... It's going to push a lot of damage, potentially. Ooh, but this looks like it is setting up a Yordle in arms.
Yeah.
Which can be countered, though.
Yeah, there's this right negation. I mean, Beastlam has gotten more mileage out of this card than I've seen in, like, 3 sets.
Yeah, honestly.
I mean, it's a good card, don't get me wrong. I think it's, like, always good to put in these decks. I just feel like I never get to see it, like, have as many shining moments as we've seen with Beastllama in this event.
Yeah. I mean, we're almost in March, which is, you know, March Madness, which, as everyone in chat knows, the theme song for March Madness is One Shining Moment. Everybody knows that.
Literally no one.
I don't think anyone knows that except for me. Chat, type 1 if you knew that One Shining Moment was the theme song of the NCAA March Madness basketball tournament's theme song.
Why are they so mad?
Who's mad?
The
madness, the March Madness.
Why are they mad?
I see what you did there. Okay, we got a single 1. Lot of 2s. Lot of 2s.
Yeah. Keep them coming.
I figured.
Yeah, but the Yordle in arms was stopped. It's still a wide board, though, so a bit of threat. Do have the challenges. We got, you know, 6 damage coming through. Gonna put Beastllama on 8.
Yeah, but it's not, it's certainly not lethal.
No, it sure isn't. And this is a Papercraft Dragoon potentially coming down. We do get to pop the spell shield, and that might mean Floppy has an opportunity to stop the aggression here.
Yeah, but it's going to need to be... Oh, Friendship doesn't do anything. We don't have enough mana for it. Unfortunate. It is going to need to be multiple spells, though.
Equinox.
Or Equinox, but it still will have double attack.
Yeah. But without the Overwhelm, it kind of, like, doesn't matter to an extent.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, this deck has no shortage of bodies to throw in front of this.
Yeah, 1 mana, remove overwhelm.
What a hit off of loping.
Yeah. Pretty good. Open attack is going to do 2, 3, 4, 5, so not quite lethal. Also have Wallop and Pokey Stick to potentially stop some shenanigans. Zonite.
No discard.
No discard. That
Like
has to be Yordle in Arms.
I mean, you would think so, right? Like, what other
has to be,
cards
right?
are gonna be in that hand?
Yeah, there it is.
There's a Yordle.
Yep. We can stop 1. We can stop 2. We block. Even if the units are 0 power, it's still 8 coming through. We cannot even develop another unit, so that's just going to be game number 2.
Ties it up. All comes down to this, Blev. All comes down to Lee Sin. Will it 0-4?
We'll see.
Maybe.
Maybe the
That
era
sucks.
of Lee Sin is over. I'm sure there are plenty of people who are, you know, no malice towards the players, but are just rooting against Mudkip in this game just because it's Lee Sin. People love to hate Lee Sin. I'm seeing a bunch of pro players with the, you know, Groucho Marx mask saying, yes, Lee Sin's terrible. Don't look at it. Don't balance it at all. Snidely whiplashes, curling the mustaches, saying,
I agree with Groucho Marx.
I have the
terrible deck. Someone give me the stats on how many seasonals Lee has actually won. It's probably a lot, actually.
It's almost certainly a lot of them.
I just like saying things, Blev.
And that's why we're here on camera. We like saying things. Admiral Aknar gonna try to put a stop to this tournament and put the finishing move on to Lee Sin, giving it the perfect moonshot of 0-4 in broadcast games today.
Look, yeah.
Okay, we just got.
It's been in all of them. I know.
Yeah, it's been in all.
That's not the question I was asking. Of course, it's been in all of them.
How many?
How many is it? 1 was the question, and that's going to be a lot harder to come by those statistics. I mean, it's of course been in all of them, but no, you know who might be down to do this? Boulevard. I'll talk to Boulevard.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out if Lee Sin is a winning deck. But the best, like all the best players think that Lee Sin is super good. So, you know, one of the best in North America right now, about to 0-4 on Lee, and that's fine, right? Like, you know, that's okay.
Maybe this is Floppy, you know, already knowing that they've got their invites the next fight night and just needs a little bit of anti-Lee propaganda out there for people to not think it's too good.
Yeah. Just he's trying to protect all the other, you know, top level North American players that play a ton of Lee and be like, hey, okay, I'm just going to get 0-4'd on fight night. And then, you know, maybe Lee won't get nerfed.
Well, we already know that Giant Slayer Fight Night Legends is on multiple screens in the Shroom Room, you know, every time it's on. So Riot is keyed in onto what's happening.
Someone's going to believe you.
just Ruben and team just sitting back to back in chairs, just pulling levers, like making things happen.
The Reddit thread. I can't believe Riot uses Fight Night to balance their game.
I can't believe that they don't.
All right. Trying to get the defenses up. Currently, the Akshan getting a little bit close to leveling up, right? We're still 5 ticks away, but we do have ways to get there a little quicker with the Yordle Squire.
Mm-hmm. Yordle Squire also makes this attack pretty decent. If you Yordle Squire, pump Akshan, then you can attack, and even if there's a Twin Discipline, you're good. I guess you would die to Pale Cascade, so maybe that attack wouldn't happen.
Okay, so I guess we're just Waking Sands. We can send Akshan too, because you want the swing. Oh, unless he's worried about Pale?
Well, now it would be, Twin would be, yeah, and Pale.
Well, yeah, I mean, kill. Twin could do it too, sure, right? But...
yeah, Akshan right now is pretty much the... not necessarily relying on it for the win con, but you want to accelerate the level up progress here and, you know, get to your combo pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking like trying to turbo my Akshan would be even better to be able to attack there. You could actually level Akshan on this turn by playing Vagabond.
Right.
But Vagabond is still going to put it on, you know, just the 1 countdown.
Vagabond plus your Yordle Squire would do it.
True. Yeah. Yeah, you actually have exactly enough mana to do that. I mean, the question is Floppy, will Floppy finally have an early enough Lee Sin to actually, you know, do anything in these games?
Ooh, not even going for the Akshan kill.
Yeah, just getting rid of the Fearsome, trying to stop a lot of the bleeding, stem the bleeding a bit.
Sure.
No good way to stop that damage.
I was gonna say, we can develop Ruined Runner, and in the hopes of getting a Papercraft here, did not.
Not gonna find it.
Does not necessarily need it, because Ruined Runner still gets to pull the Eye of the Dragon here, and it's going to be a lot harder to save the Eye through that.
Yeah, I mean, probably not possible to save the Eye from the Ruined Runner. Unless there are 2 targeted spells to get a stun, and that doesn't feel very good. So it would almost be better for Floppy if they had just a pump to just trade and take the Ruined Runner damage, but kill it off.
Right.
Do we want to level up Sean here, though? Because Vagabond still does it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if 3, 4, no, it still doesn't. Akshan, even with the spear, still would die to Twin here.
Blinded Mystic.
Ooh. That gets rid of
right on
the whole.
Yeah.
Takes
so one
his entire stock.
That's why we haven't seen a White Flame all day. Is taking one of the slots of the White Flame is a single one of Blinded Mystic.
True. This is fine into Twin. It's not fine into Double Twin, but we've already seen one. Don't know why. Okay. I feel like pulling Cosmo onto the Fearsome makes more sense, because now you effectively just gave Cosmo a value block for no reason.
Yeah, it does seem like that is what happened. There's another Eye of the Dragon. Pokestick can take out one of these, and looks like that will be the play. There's a Gnar.
There's Gnar. And the main deck Wallop. Another great card against Lee Sin.
Zenith Blade. I mean, Floppy just doesn't have Lee Sin again. Like, I'm pretty sure.
Seems unlikely based on playstyle.
That deck is so bad.
This is like the Kever versus Yost Lee Sin battle to turn 38, where neither player had a Lee Sin all over again. All right, leveled up Akshan. We're going to start it off. You know, I would say...
Oh, Papercraft Dragon is found, but there's not a combo piece for it yet.
No, but you also, like, it's not... It's impossible, basically, unless you obliterate it, to get rid of the Papercraft Dragon.
Yeah.
So, like, you can kind of just play it for value if you really want to. Just for Rune Runner instead.
Skipped and found a Rune Runner.
Yeah, I mean, you know, right? You just say the card into... You have to say the card you want into your mic, and then you get it.
Well, then Lee would be a good deck, then, because Floppy could just say Lee.
Well, if you're running Akshan Lee, then it works.
It only works on Predict. Okay.
Yeah. No. It only works on the Akshan card, specifically.
Specifically the Akshan Predict. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because, I mean, you can't just put that card in your deck. You got to work for it.
Yeah.
Chat, you didn't know that? You just say the card you want, and I mean, it works for me every time. All right, shaped stone.
We're just never finding this, Lee. We're never finding it.
No, it's gone. I mean, when you only run one in the deck, I mean...
Right, yeah.
Alright. Floppy, I think probably thinking about how much better all of these games would have been if Lee Sin showed up multiple turns earlier. Perhaps considering just cutting the losses and just saying, hey, can we just do a rematch? Takesy backsies, I'll play a different deck instead.
Yeah. Really, Floppy shouldn't have given up his Lee Sins for a Gift of the Magi, right?
It's true. True. Oh, there he is! Wounded White Flame!
Hey!
Another first of the set.
There we go.
I don't see the value in attacking with a 6/1.
Pushes 2 damage.
Does it, though? Because it's getting blocked with a lifesteal unit.
I mean, now you can attack with the Yordle Squire into the Wounded White Flame.
Yup.
Yeah.
True.
Sick, man. No, I'm trying to find out the. I'm thinking about like the actual reasoning here.
Just wants to level up Gnar.
It does seem that way, right? Like trying to get the Gnar level.
So
this guarantees the face damage gets pushed through.
I feel like just attacking with the Rune Runner also would have done that, but maybe not.
Ooh. That's spicy.
Okay, stunning Gnar. This would technically prevent the damage, but the Shape Stone coming out.
Yeah, very good answer. Stops the Wounded White Flame, which had a perfect answer being up to 3 attack.
Yep. Pale Cascade.
That makes it even. But no damage coming through.
Could push
Wallop.
8 with the Wallop.
Might be worth. Keeps your Rune Runner healthy. It's going to get to swing again, right? So...
Yeah, I mean, it's also pushing 8. It's going to level up Gnar, which is going to give vulnerable to the Wounded White Flame. Means you can push it to the side.
Look at him. Look at him go.
There he is.
So fast.
He's so cute.
Look at the little guy.
Look at him. How can you not love him? He goes and plays fetch. He brings you the stick.
Yeah, brings you the pokey stick.
Okay, Zenith on a unit that's not Lee Sin.
Once again.
Yeah, chat saying, why does it give vulnerable? Oh, it doesn't give. That is a grant vulnerable. Very specific difference.
All right. I'm taking 7 every day.
Yeah, this feels like a pretty juicy skip block here. Unless you literally want to trade off a 2-1 just to open up space for the Vagabond to actually create a landmark.
Yeah, but do you even want that landmark?
I mean, probably not, but maybe.
Maybe, you know, maybe you want it. That'd be kind of nice. Throw Action into White Flame. This counts down a little bit quicker.
Counts down quicker. It also puts damage on the unit that is vulnerable, so you can pull it with an Overwhelm unit. Certainly relevant. All right, we're going to, pump up an Overwhelm unit. Now, if we top deck a target,
ooh, it's Absolver. You get the countdown. It's literally the best card I think that you could pull.
Yeah, because now we get the treasure, and then what? Don't we get a? What is the? We get a free, I guess, Akshan if we want.
You can give everything vulnerable. Get a
everything
strongest
vulnerable.
ally that died, which I think is a Ruin Runner.
It was ally or?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's an ally. I'm pretty sure it's a Ruin Runner. Yeah.
I was thinking it was a champion. It only did champion for some reason. Yeah.
And then you have second part Absolver.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Can even pull the lifesteal with Gnar so that the quick attack happens. This is ooh.
I mean, Conk Palm is like, literally the only thing that's any good.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're gonna have 15 Overwhelm coming through regular, just straight up. There's 4. Okay, we're gonna pull this. So there's 5 blocking, so 10 is going through. 15 minus 5 is 10. So Absolver is not lethal with these blocks.
Correct.
The new unit
just gonna kill the White Flame then.
Yeah, just gonna go for the White Flame kill. Okay. But like anything that's not killing Floppy is giving them an opening to play Lee Sin and just kill.
Well, you're really funny, man.
Aha!
Ah, it's there.
It's there. And there's already Zenith Blade. I mean, this might actually
no, it might just be game. Over. Yeah. I mean, that is the thing that Lee does, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you just draw second Gnar and get walloped, though.
Probably. I mean, there's 4 cards in Floppy's hand. Still needs an extra 2 power here on Lee Sin. There's a lot of cards that Floppy can have here that just end the game. Pokey stick. If Floppy pulls the 2-1 and not the Gnar, then Beast Llama has an out to kill their own unit with Pokey stick. This from Beyond is going to potentially give lifesteal. Yep, sever him. Okay. So now even if we're not killing, which technically we're not with this, then Floppy is at least healing up. Pokey stick upstairs, looking for a draw.
Ooh, that's not what you want.
Not what we're looking for here. But even if Floppy went up to 15 and doesn't kill Beast Llama, not convinced that that's a safe life total to be at. Oh, Zoe is now 12, 13. Still need something.
And there's Twin.
Twin definitely
finally 1-3 with the Lee Sin, but that one is all you needed. And Floppy gonna take down Fight Night. Beast Llama came so close to 4-0ing this horrible Lee Sin deck. But Floppy is able to take it, and he does end up winning Fight Night. Congratulations to Floppy Mudkip for winning yet another Fight Night. I think it's either his third or fourth. I wonder if we're even getting to 5 now for Floppy. We'll figure that out soon enough. Floppy might know off the top of his head. We'll probably ask him if he remembers, and if not, we'll make sure to find out. But I know he's one of the winningest in Fight Night, and yeah, good to see him back on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, one of the most technically skilled players in the game, just understands the macro of what you need, understands the win cons of the matchups that you're playing in, and plays to those super, super consistently. So you love to see it. Of course, another player who has, you know, topped multiple seasonals, obviously, as we've mentioned, won multiple Fight Nights, and, you know, really, if Floppy Mudkip is not a name that you have heard before or is in your sort of Rolodex of top players, definitely should be.
Yeah, no, I mean, Floppy's great. And, you know, Beast Llama really making a name for themselves recently in these tournaments. But also Beast Llama's been someone that we've had our eyes on for quite a while. They've been a really good player in tournaments and on ladder for quite a long time. And coming into this Fight Night and the previous one, picking up that win, resetting the bracket, taking Floppy to a full 6 games. Yeah, full 6 games.
Yeah.
Crazy to see. Almost finding that win, almost 4-0ing the Lee Sin at the end of the day. Just not quite able to take it over the finish line. But we'll have another chance next week to come back and try and reclaim the title that they had from the previous week.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see, you know, we're seeing recurring faces here. It's great, you know, we got the new time, or maybe seeing even some new faces for folks that, you know, haven't been able to play on Fridays but can play on Mondays. And actually, we even have a sign-up form on the website as well if you want to sign up and potentially play in Fight Night. We've got that as well. We've opened it up a little bit so you can submit. It's not like a guarantee that you're going to be in, but if you want, you know, show your chops, put up or shut up, there's at least an opportunity now with the sign-up form there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing with Fight Night. It's like we've tried our best to always find the best players in Runeterra, whether that's through open tournaments that are happening, seasonals, ladder, right? Like, we're always looking. But guess what? A lot of people play Runeterra. Sometimes it's hard to find all of the best players. Sometimes there's someone who's kind of flown under the radar. So the point of the sign-up is at least you just tell us who you are, what you've been able to do in Runeterra, and if we've missed you, then that's a great way for us to be like, oh, wow, I mean, look at all these accomplishments. You've been, you know, Masters every season in the top 100. That's amazing. Like, we should probably bring you in here because you've been constantly doing super well, or you have maybe a bunch of top cuts in tournaments that maybe we don't follow, right? And that's something that we can also miss. A lot of times with other regions, too, that can be a little bit more difficult for us. LATAM can be a little bit more tough for us to always follow. Croc does a great job of pulling in some of the best LATAM players, but sometimes we miss people. I know that's been something in the past, and we get pings about, hey, you should have this person, and that's always helpful, and bring them on. But signups is just another way to help us out. But with all that said and done, Blevins, we are celebrating a winner of this Fight Night. So we are going to bring Floppy Mudkip in here for a quick chat. Floppy, we have you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, hello.
What's up, Floppy? Congratulations on winning yet another Fight Night. I mean, it seems like we've done plenty of these interviews with you already, but I mean, how are you feeling, of course, picking up another win? I think Blevins was saying last time you were talking about almost being one of the people with the most wins, and I think with this extra one, you're probably getting close to that.
Yeah, this is my 4th win. Feels really good.
Nice.
Certainly very few people with 4, I would say.
Very, very few. Mark is, of course, in EU, and then Winding God might have 4, and then from there, it's like, I don't know if there's anyone else that's got 4, so...
Honestly, Winding God also, I feel like, is such shrouded in such mystery these days that, like, the legend may actually be more than he actually had. I know he had at least, like, back-to-back and then maybe a 3rd or 4th. I don't know.
But Floppy, I mean, first off, I gotta ask, you know, the Lee Sin, I think you probably only played 4 games of it today because it was mostly banned, and it went 1-3. How do you personally feel about Lee Sin in the current meta? I'm obviously a hater. Like, I think the deck's bad, but that's just me. Obviously, it does crazy things. Floppy, I'd love to hear your opinions on Lee Sin in the current meta.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. So, like, I was talking to 4LW after a match round 1, and he said he liked the lineup except Lee Sin, and I was like, yeah, I agree, but I couldn't find, like, a better 3rd deck before I had to submit decks. So, yeah, I'm not really sure. It could very well be bad, but yeah, I don't know. It won the game it needed to.
It won. Yeah, it just had to win 1, Floppy, and you got it. You got there. Yeah. You got there. I mean, I don't think you found a Lee in the first 3, so you know, that certainly didn't help. But end of the day, we were complimenting throughout the day. We really liked your piloting on the Lulu Ahri in particular. We felt like you were playing that deck really well. Has that just been a recent favorite or pet deck of yours, or just something you've been picking up for tournaments?
Yeah, I actually just picked it up pretty recently. It plays pretty similar to Yordles and Erms, which, like, I've played before and I know how to play. So, like, it fits really well in the lineup with Yordles and Erms. So I picked it up and it's been doing well for me.
Yeah, definitely a really strong one. And we saw a couple other players bring at least a similar list too. One thing I'm curious about your opinion on is, of course, the the elephant or the prehistoric Yordle in the room of Gnar. We saw every lineup with the exception of Shotox with the spicy lineups bring a lineup that included Gnar in some way, but we saw a lot of different ways that he's being utilized. How do you think, how do you think Gnar is going to land in a tournament lineup? I mean, do you think there's going to be a preferred deck, or is he just going to kind of be in a hodgepodge of different decks in tournament lineups?
I think all of the Gnar decks are, like, very unique and do different things. So depending on your lineup, you decide which Gnar deck you're going to play. But I think every lineup should be on a Gnar deck.
All right. Blev, do you got any more questions here for Floppy?
No, I mean, we've done this enough times that I feel like you know how we're going to end this. Any call-outs, shout-outs that you have, go for it.
Not really, honestly.
Okay, all right.
Floppy, you've been on top for so long, you got everybody in.
Yeah, Floppy's beat everybody. He's called out all the people he wants to call out. Nobody's left for Floppy to take out. He's on the top of the mountain. Floppy, congratulations, man. I mean, 4 is insane. If you get 1 next week, I think you might be undisputed for most, especially in Americas. So we'll be rooting for you to pull that off, and excited to see what you bring next week. But thank you so much, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Alrighty, that was Floppy Mudkip, everyone, the champion of tonight's fight night. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to Beast Llama for making it back yet again. 3 weeks in a row of playing Fight Night. Always crazy. But Blev, any final thoughts before I send the people away?
No, I think we had a really crazy first America's Fight Night with the new cards. I think we saw pretty much relatively what we would expect based on ladder as well as previous tournament decks. I don't think anything really jumped out too much. I think there's still a lot of room. There are still some decks. I mean, we didn't see any Bandletree. We didn't see any Darkness. There are still some other decks out there that are maybe a little more fringe, but maybe like they could go either way. They could go completely away, or they could potentially, crop up in some tournament lineups. I think there's still a lot to go on. And then, of course, I think everyone on their mind now is thinking about balance changes coming up. I don't know when or if they're going to come, but I would imagine we'll maybe see something with Gnar. This is my gut says.
Seems he's a little good.
Maybe needs a little touch, but we'll see.
Just take away the vulnerable at least, maybe. I don't know.
So remember, he doesn't give vulnerable.
Yeah, he grants it.
He grants.
And on those wise words, that's going to do it for me, for Blev, and for everyone else here at Giant Slayer, taking care of you all. Thank you all so much for watching. We appreciate you. Have a great Monday night and the rest of your week. That's going to do it here. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.